And the revolution begins today. The past meets the future as Brands Hatch welcomes A1 Grand Prix. The world of motorsport can't wait for its first World Cup to begin, and nor can the crowds. They've been queuing since early morning and have packed the Brands Hatch circuit. A huge thumbs up for A1 Grand Prix motor racing. So this is what's in store for you today. It all gets underway with a rolling start for the sprint race. That's at 1:30. Where teams finish in the sprint is all important. It determines starting positions for the second race at 3. That's the feature race. Every single point counts this afternoon, with a bonus point allocated to the team who achieves the fastest lap time. There's everything to challenge for. Good afternoon and welcome to Brands Hatch on a historic day for motorsport. We are just half an hour away from the first race in the A1 GP calendar, the sprint race here at Brands. The British public have shown their love for motorsport, and the reasonably priced tickets have meant massive queues. Tens of thousands of people here today to see history in the making. Many of the fans here to lend support to Team GB and Team Ireland. They'll also be keeping a close eye on a certain Brazilian who dominated proceedings yesterday. Nelson Piquet Jr. on pole for the sprint race for Team Brazil. Fitting when you consider his father was the last F1 driver to claim that position here back in 1986. Well, 19 years on, it's his son looking to add his name to the history books. Andy Priaulx, BMW Formula One test driver and currently leading the World Touring Car Championship, is with me. Crowds are staggering, aren't they, Andy?
This is fantastic. I mean, motor racing's been waiting for this for a long time. I don't think I've ever seen so many people here at Brands Hatch for a long time. It's a really tremendous atmosphere. The cars are starting up in the background. Can't wait for the start.
Tension is palpable. Now, for one man, today is all about seeing a dream turn into reality. Since placing the largest order in the history of motorsport, Shane McToomb hasn't looked back. It's been an ever-present all over the globe as each of the 25 countries have unveiled their cars, teams and drivers for the inaugural series. For everyone involved in A1 GP, it's been quite a year.
There is a day where 25 national teams will be lining up on a grid on a track somewhere. And before the flags go down, you'll hear a man saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, for the pride of your nation, start your engines."
25 teams representing 80% of the world's population in A1 Grand Prix, and the dream became a reality when yesterday qualifying took place.
Row 9, 10th row, number 6 is the first into BMW Z3.
Into the left-hander now at Sterling's. Australia still the pace setters, and he gets it sideways. That's what you get when you don't have any traction control. The back wheel over the curb on the exit of Sterling's, and he throws it into Sterling's. Into clearways. A fantastic effort from Robbie Kerr. Let's see if this one's impressive as well, John. Out of clearways he comes, runs out to the white line, tucks into the pit wall to complete the lap, and New Zealand have set their third. They go fastest. New Zealand have gone, and it's at 1 minute 15.3. That is the outstanding lap of the qualifying session so far, and it's from Matt Halliday for Team New Zealand. Wonderful stuff from Piquet. Is it going to be enough for Brazil? Goes fastest, and it's a 1:14.965. He's the first man beneath the 1:15 second barrier. Nelson Piquet Jr. takes provisional pole for Brazil.
So Nelson Piquet Jr. with that fastest lap time in an A1 Grand Prix car starts on pole. Behind him, New Zealand's Matt Halliday. Will Power will start in 4th for Team Australia. He's on row 2. Robbie Kerr in 5th. For Great Britain. Looking further down the grid, you'll have to find Malaysia's Alex Young in 9th. He starts on row 5. Ireland's Michael Devaney, valiant from him yesterday in qualifying. He starts in 12th. Not so good for Jos Verstappen yesterday at the Netherlands. He's in 14th, and a disappointing day for Scott Speed of the USA, who starts in row 9 in 17th position. A whole host of others in the chasing pack, and Russia at the back there bringing up the rear. Team GB, Robbie Kerr in 5th for the start of that sprint race. It is a rolling start. How exciting is that going to be, Andy?
It's going to be very exciting. Some of these guys, this is their first time doing a rolling start. You're going to have 25 cars arriving at the first corner at exactly the same speed. You know, it's going to be a very, very unusual starting order.
What about Robbie Kerr? What's his game plan going to be?
Well, he had a hard day yesterday, but he'll bounce back. He's a very, very quick driver. Robbie knows he can win here. There's a long race, you know, there's a lot of things going to happen in the race, safety cars, offs, yellow flags, and I think he can come back through the grid.
Motorsport, often perceived as glamorous, and Team Brazil live up to their billing. Run by former F1 champion Emerson Fittipaldi and double World Cup winner Ronaldo, talent is not in short supply. That's especially the case when you consider their choice of driver, Nelson Piquet Jr. Nelson Piquet, a Brazilian sporting legend. 3 times world champion, he was revered in a country obsessed by sporting excellence. Now his son picks up the mantle. Fastest in qualifying yesterday. The name Nelson Piquet is again dominating the headlines. We caught up with both father and son this morning.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here with 2 of Brazil's greatest drivers, and what a start to the championship.
Yeah, everything is working very well since the first test. I'm really happy with the team, and everything is working really great. I think first qualifying, first pole, and now we need to work to do a good job in the race, and I'm sure we're going to be really competitive this year.
And how are you both feeling after yesterday?
Wow, always very good to come here in Brands Hatch. You know, I've done so many races here in the past, and coming out with Nelson, and Nelson's having pole position, and I think we're going to have a great day today.
And you must be very, very proud of him.
Oh, for sure.
So what are your plans and strategies for this afternoon?
Well, I'm going to try my best. I think it's not going to be easy. For sure, it's not going to be easy with New Zealand and France. They're going to be quick behind me, but I'm sure if the team doesn't do any mistakes in the pit stops, and if everything occurs the way it should be, we're going to win a race.
Now, you're not a stranger to Brands Hatch, though, are you? Because you won the British F3 Championship here. Is that an advantage over the other drivers?
Maybe, yeah, it's a bit of an advantage, of course, because I raced here a few times already, and yeah, it makes me a bit more familiar with the circuit.
Do you have any advice for him for this afternoon?
Well, let's go win the race.
Perfect, thanks very much.
So Team Brazil gearing up for the first of the 2 races this afternoon, which is of course the sprint race with that rolling start. And Andy, Nelson Piquet Jr. showing yesterday that he has what it takes to perform at the very top level.
Absolutely, he's totally confident, and he should be. He's done a great job yesterday, but I'm not ruling out Matt Halliday alongside him on the grid. The guy from New Zealand, he's come from literally nowhere. This is his first time at Brands Hatch. Absolutely superb.
The Brazil Formula 1 Grand Prix is taking place today, and you won't believe this, but Nelson Piquet Jr. has knocked everybody else off the back page headlines. He is dominating it.
Absolutely, he deserves it. I mean, he did a tremendous job yesterday. I mean, the way he drove the car, he didn't even need to do the final session. You know, these guys are learning these cars in public, and he's got a step ahead. He's really come back, communicated well with the team, and improved his setup, so he's done a really good job.
Okay, well, unprecedented access here at Brands to drivers and the teams throughout the racing this afternoon. Sophie Arl and Keith Ewan in the pits for the latest reaction to what's happening. Let's speak to Sophie Arl first of all, who is with Team Brazil. How are they gearing up for this afternoon's 2 races, Sophie?
It's very exciting down here. Everyone's on the track now, getting ready for the start of the sprint race. All eyes are going to be on Brazilian Nelson Piquet. He's had a fantastic weekend so far, and let's just see if his team can take it all the way.
Well, Keith Ewan is with Team GB. How are Robbie Kerr and co sizing up for the racing this afternoon, Keith?
Well, I can tell you that Robbie Kerr was just a little bit nervous when I spoke to him just before he went out a moment ago. He's totally focused on what's going on at the moment. He won't speak to any of the media. He's looking straight ahead out of his car, focusing on the task ahead. Michael Devaney, of course, back in Team Ireland, also likewise focused. He's got to start from the 6th row of the grid, and a rolling start, well, that's going to be a spectacle.
Back to Sophie and Keith throughout the course of the afternoon. Every one of the 25 cars that lines up this afternoon is identical, placing the emphasis on teams and drivers. The car doesn't just look good, it performs too. Andy takes you on a guided tour around the A1 car.
The A1 Grand Prix Series is the first opportunity in any area of motorsport for nations to compete on a level playing field. It is a series where technology has been deliberately equalised, so a country's performance is determined by teamwork and the driver's bravery, skill and excellence. Put very simply, these cars are identical. The concept of this series is that each A1 car is identical. All competing nations have been given 2 of these 520 brake horsepower cars for the 12-round series. Performance-wise, the A1GP car will be bone-shakingly fast. The engine will propel these cars at nearly 200 miles an hour. But one of the most exciting features of this car is that they are equipped with a power boost. At the push of a button, the driver can increase his engine performance by 30 brake horsepower. But, and here's the catch, it can only be used for a limited time during the race. The question for all teams and drivers is when to use this power boost. This remains to be seen. Another interesting aspect of the car is its aerodynamics. The rear aerodynamics features have been designed to aid overtaking by creating a larger hole in the air, which will make for easier slipstreaming. Parity between the cars is central to the ethos of the A1 series, and driver aids, gizmos and performance-enhancing devices are nowhere to be seen. These cars are physical, and the drivers will be fighting tooth and nail to tame the power instantly at their disposal. The unique A1 Grand Prix car is ready to be unveiled to the world.
So that's the car. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, the rules of A1 explained, and we'll be talking Team GB.
Name's Alex Lloyd. I'm going to be one of the 2 drivers driving for Great Britain in the A1 Grand Prix Championship.
Name's Robbie Kerr. I've been chosen to represent Team GBR in the A1 series, the new series for this season.
I'm looking forward to representing Great Britain. Actually, it's something in motorsport that never happens. It never has happened. You're always out for yourself and the team, whereas now it's, you know, you're representing Great Britain, and that is the pinnacle.
I've got to focus on myself and doing the job first of all, which is go out there at Brands Hatch and get the car as high up the grid as possible and to win in front of the home crowd.
Now, Chelsea are back at Anfield to face the European champions. Liverpool v Chelsea, The Return, is live only on Sky Sports. Fasten your seatbelts. The UEFA Champions League continues. 14 live matches on Sky Sports 2 and Extra, including Inter-Rangers, plus the big one. Liverpool v Chelsea, live only on Sky Sports.
Hold your back! Oh, Dave, about that report. Monday.
Cheers.
Carling, spot on.
What makes an iconic sports car? Thrilling drive? Unique design? Or award-winning performance? The Mazda RX-8, now with 0% finance. Samsung.
I said, give me that. I said,
my finger is on the button. My finger is on the button. Push the button. The time has come to galvanize.
Welcome back to Brands Hatch, the first of this afternoon's 2 races. The sprint now just 15 minutes away. Sophie Earle and Keith Ewan have found their way to the grid. Let's join Keith now. Keith.
Thank you very much, Georgie. Yes, we're down on the Brands Hatch grid, and I've got to tell you, if Nelson Piquet didn't have any idea what he's got to put up with today, we've just had a New Zealand haka down here. Now then, Emerson Fittipaldi has stood alongside me. Emerson, it's a spectacle, isn't it? The Brazilian car, well, for the second time, if we go back to 96, on pole position, both same family, driving from pole position. How is your young man today?
Oh, he's doing fine, and we're looking forward to have a great race. It'll be a great show. I think it'll be a lot of competition, a lot of excitement here in Brands Hatch. This is a great concept I'm looking for the whole season.
Well, you've been there and done that. You know exactly what's going on, so I don't suppose we could get a better prediction from anybody else. Matt Halliday looks pretty good. He's been very, very good in qualifying. Never been here before. Is he going to be a threat to Nelson?
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's going to be tough to race. They'll be trying very hard. I mean, the race is racing, and there's going to be a tough competition. But Nelson's ready. We are ready. We hope we can win.
Thank you very much, Emerson Fittipaldi, ladies and gentlemen. Just follow us up the grid here. And I've got to tell you, there's an incline from pole position. There's just the gradient going up towards turn 1 is just a little bit higher than it is for Matt Halliday. Matt Halliday, despite the fact he's back just a few yards in second place on the grid here, may well just have a better drive up to turn 1, of course. And of course, the inside of the track could be just a little bit dirty as well. So Matt Halliday, and you can see here the Maoris that have just given us the haka here a moment ago. It's been absolutely spectacular. As we move through the grid and back up to the 3rd row. And we can go back to Team France as well. I'll tell you what, I've not seen scenes like this on the grid before. Team France, Alexandre Peymat looking very, very good in qualifying. And Ivan Ristic, the French team manager, reckons he's the man to watch out for. So if you haven't rushed to the betting shop yet, then you should do. But all eyes here are, of course, on Ireland, back on row 6, for the UK fans, that is, of course, and the man that's on row 4, and that is Robbie Kerr, who's with Sophie.
Yeah, I'm here with Robbie now. Robbie, all the fans here, all behind you, that must give you a lot of encouragement.
Yeah, a hell of a lot. Everybody's here to support us, and it's brilliant the crowds have come out.
And the sprint race obviously going to be completely different from the feature race. What's the thoughts going into that first corner?
It's going to be tight with everybody trying to go in there, all full racing speed, so just got to make sure we come out the other side and then we can work on it from there.
Still, good position, you're on the grid now. Who's the people you're going to be obviously looking out? Is it going to be Brazil and France? Are there any others behind you that you've got in your mind?
I'm just focusing what's ahead of me.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. Back to Keith.
Thank you very much, Sophie. Well, traditional support then for Matt Halliday we saw a moment ago. We spoke to him yesterday. Now, Matt, first time we've ever been here at Brands Hatch. Good line up to Paddock Hill Bend for you?
Yeah, I mean, let's see. When you race at a circuit for the first time, you're never sure about how things work out in the first couple of corners, so we'll wait and see. I mean, we want to get some good points in this race, so we just have to wait and see what happens.
Of course, we do have a rolling start here. Have you been practicing?
Yeah, mate, I raced in America for a few years, so I've done plenty of rolling starts.
Perfect. So no ghosts as far as Matt Halliday's concerned. Back to the studio.
Keith, thanks very much indeed. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, the A1 rules explained, and Andy will take you on a guided tour of the Brands Hatch track.
This October on Sky Sports, there's something for everyone. The WGC American Express Championship and the Volvo Masters. The Super League Grand Final and the Tri-Nations. The World Cup of Motor Racing. A1 Grand Prix live from Germany and Portugal. The Heineken Cup kicks off. World Grand Prix Darts. Live show jumping, the Horse of the Year show. ATP Masters Tennis. And joining the rest of the world, Flintoff faces the Aussies again. October on Sky Sports.
Get ready for Citroen's best ever value. The new C4 from just $9,595. And the Zara Picasso from just $9,995. Now both available with typical 0% APR with 35% deposit. Citroen, pushing value to the limit.
A civil war is destabilizing a whole region. And within hours, rebel forces will provoke a wider conflict by launching a missile at one of our ships. Who's going to stop them?
BMW Auto.
Hugo Energize, the new fragrance. Hugo, your fragrance, your rules.
British Airways' biggest ever sale ends midnight Tuesday. For these and many more destinations, book now at ba.com.
I've got a big round of applause for our 3 volunteers. Here you go, boys. Why don't you throw these down your pipes? All right, Paul. Release the beast.
Are you sure?
Well, hey, don't worry. There's no sugar.
Pepsi Max. Taste to the max.
You. Brazil, Man United. Then you've got China, England, Milan, Arsenal.
Arsenal.
Yes.
Are you ready? Yes. Are you ready? Yes. Go.
My bank gave me a great mortgage deal 2 years ago. It started low.
But he's now about to shoot up.
And they think I can't move because it's too much hassle. My bank is having a laugh.
There is another way. If your mortgage deal with Halifax, Abbey, Cheltenham and Gloucester or Lloyds TSB is ending, talk to NatWest. We'll lower your new monthly repayments or give you £250.
I'm back. Come and see what I've got. Come on, I've got something for you. Ah, there you are.
At npower, as well as electricity, we do gas. And someone new chooses us for gas every single minute. Could be something to do with our price freeze. You, us, gas and electricity. Happy together.
Plenty of activity down on the grid as each of the 25 nations get set for the first race this afternoon. A 1:30 start, just minutes away from that sprint race. Now by around 4:30, A1 Grand Prix will have its first race winners. Here's what all 25 countries on show have to go through over the course of this weekend to stake their claims for a place on the podium.
There are 4 15-minute qualifying sessions with a 10-minute break between each one.
Teams will complete one flying lap in each of the 4 sessions, and the aggregate of the 2 best times will determine the grid for the sprint race.
Brazil goes fastest, and it's a 1:14.965. He's the first man beneath the 1:15-second barrier. Nelson Piquet Jr. takes provisional pole for Brazil.
The sprint race is 18 laps or 30 minutes, whichever comes sooner. It will be a rolling start, and the results from the sprint race will determine the grid positions for the feature race.
Championship points are awarded to the top 10, and it's the same allocation of points in both the sprint and the feature race.
The feature race is a standing start and will be a 38-lap race.
It's compulsory during this race for each team to make a pit stop for wheel and tyre changes. Failure to do so will result in disqualification.
And when the red lights go out, the battle will begin, and we will find out who will be victorious in the first A1 Grand Prix.
The warm-up lap just about to get underway. Today is a motor racing first for Brands Hatch as it welcomes the first A1 Grand Prix meeting. And for that circuit behind, another opportunity to present a new breed of drivers with a new set of challenges. Andy takes you through the twists and turns of Brands.
So let's take a closer look at the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. One of the most picturesque circuits in Great Britain, a fantastic driver's circuit, brilliant for the spectators. Right, here we are on board with the A1 Grand Prix car, arriving at Paddock Hill Bend. 6th gear on the brakes, down to 4th gear. The road just disappears. It feels like you're falling off the end of the earth just there. Exiting out of there in 4th gear, up to Druids, just touching the rev limiter, braking hard. You can't see the apex to Druids. Down to 2nd gear. Car gets very light on the turn-in. Very important to get a good blast of power out of here. Easy to overtake up the inside into Graham Hill Bend. Graham Hill Bend tightens on the exit. The entry is crucial to your exit speed. Too fast in and you're going to run out of road on the exit. You will see mistakes here in the race. Exiting out of here in 3rd gear, up to 4th gear now, 5th gear momentarily into Surtees. Surtees is an ideal overtaking opportunity, a lunge up the inside on the brakes, or more importantly, if you control the entry speed, you maximise your exit out of here. 3rd up into 4th gear, this will be an ideal opportunity to use the boost button. If you get a good exit out of Surtees, you'll find yourself on the inside up to Hawthorne's Bend. Hawthorne Bend is one of the fastest corners on the circuit, massive commitment required on the turn in 6th gear, 160, 170 miles an hour on the exit. Arriving at Westfields Bend, braking down to 4th gear, very nasty bump on the apex. The car gets very nervous, exiting Hawthorne through the famous Dingle Dell. Now arriving here at Stirling's Bend, fast, very fast entry, braking from 5th down to 4th, down to 3rd gear. Get the car tucked in nice and early on the power, use a bit of curb on the exit. Arriving at the famous Clearways corner, otherwise known as Clark Curve. Very difficult to see the exit, the road drops away, get on the power nice and early, run right out to the white line, and that's what it feels like to do a lap of the Grand Prix circuit at Brands Hatch.
Identical cars being used across the grid this afternoon, but Andy, there is one function available that could change things, Power Boost. Tell us more about that.
Absolutely, this is a really great idea. It's very difficult when you have cars at equal status, equal level to overtake, so what they want to see is overtaking. You get a good run up the inside, a little squirt of the boost, and you can overtake the car in front. Or you can use it to defend your position. Maybe you've got a car all over you, it's a little bit quicker, why not have a little squirt of the boost to keep away?
One man has made all this possible, Sheikh Maktoum. He's speaking to the public right now.
Thank you very much for your warm applause. I'm honored by your presence. We are here today because one man dared to dream a dream. And another madman called Tony Teixeira dared to believe in this madman. And through the hard times, I had a steadfast friend called Bruce Holmes, who supported me through the hard times and the good times. We are here today because of the hard work of the engineers, the mechanics, the management, and everybody else. But first and foremost, I would like to thank each and every one of you. If I could shake each and every one of your hands, I would. Thank you for your support. Without you being here, I wouldn't be here. Now for the moment that you've been waiting for. Gentlemen, for the pride of your nation, start your engines.
Those are the words that Sheikh Maktoum has waited so long to speak, and that is the scene this afternoon as the cars line up on the grid for the sprint race. Andy, these are spectacular scenes, and the Sheikh must be absolutely delighted with the support shown here today.
Fantastic. Everybody's here to see their nation win. You know, we've got Robbie Kerr in 5th place. He's absolutely superb. Good performance, he can do a good job.
What will they be thinking now as they're doing this, the first warm-up lap?
Well, these guys are really, their blood pressure's sky high right now. They want to get as much temperature into their tyres and their brakes as possible. They're looking to find, you know, the tyre pressure's coming up, the brake temperature's coming up, and they just want to get themselves calm and settled into a nice rhythm for the first corner.
It is a rolling start. That makes things exciting, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is going to be really new to a few of these guys on the front there. I don't think Nelson Piquet Jr. has had a rolling start before. He's going to be wanting to line himself up nicely for the first corner. What you need to do is hold, you know, Nelson's job is to hold the grid back a little bit and try and get a jump on the green light.
So a rolling start for the sprint race, which is about to get underway. The first of the A1 Grand Prix races here at Brands Hatch. Let's join the commentary duo of John Watson and Ben Edwards.
starting right at the rear sometimes is not the worst place to start, because always in any race, standing start, rolling start, the place where anything that's going to go wrong usually goes wrong in the back or the front or the middle of the field. So for the Czech Republic, and they just have to sit back, watch the action in the opening lap, and then begin and plan their moves.
Yes, well, let's hope that he does stay behind the other cars behind. There's the Russian car just weaving around a little bit. I'm not sure that he may not have tried to regain his position. He may get penalised for that. We will see the cars coming through the wooded section now of this Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, where you can see the sunlight dappling the cars as it breaks through the trees. It's a wonderful section of racing circuit, this. And then they're heading back down towards the left-hander at Stirling's, and then a straight towards the last bend. That's where they come back into the amphitheatre that is Brands Hatch, this Indy circuit area. Alan Docking there, the team manager of the Australian team, and they're looking for a good result. Their man is fourth on the grid. It's Will Power. Australia versus New Zealand. That's going to be a battle to watch here as we get ready for the first ever A1 Grand Prix. It's the sprint race at Brands Hatch, and it's Brazil and New Zealand who are setting the pace as we come around to the start. Nelson Piquet Jr. and Matt Halliday, and we're racing, and look at them, four abreast almost as we head towards Paddock Hill Bend, and a good move for France. France comes up into second place. New Zealand is pushed back to third. Oh, and we've got a slide for the Czech car in the middle of the pack, but Brazil leads, France in second, New Zealand in third, Australia in fourth position, and Robbie Kerr of Great Britain is trying to get in there as well.
Great start from Alexander Primat in the second row of the grid. He found space going into Paddock Hill Bend, squeezed out Matt Halliday in Team New Zealand, consolidated second place, but it is Brazil, Nelson Piquet Jr. who's taken the lead, taking full advantage. Scott Speed for Team USA started in 17th place. He's crawling up through the field as he goes into Surtees.
And it looks like Jos Verstappen, is that?
It is Jos Verstappen. We can't say anything, because on the exit of Graham Hill Bend.
Team Netherlands are in trouble already, and all his supporters will be bitterly disappointed if that is him off. I think it probably is. We can see the Indian car coming through. Yes, it's Team Netherlands, it's Jos Verstappen. What a disappointment.
Yes, and that was collision somewhere in the midfield, the part of the track, part of the group of cars that is always, you've got to be so careful in the opening lap. Jos Verstappen, all that experience, he's the driver that gets caught out.
It's Brazil that leads from France and New Zealand. Australia under pressure though from Team GB, and that's the battle to perhaps keep an eye on, because they're very close as they come over the line. But Nelson Piquet Jr., astounding first lap. Look at Great Britain, Robbie Kerr going on the attack, trying to get past Will Power of Australia, and Will Power in the yellow and green car moves to the inside. Robbie Kerr for Great Britain trying to go around the outside at the hairpin. He can't quite make it.
No, he doesn't, and all the drivers have been briefed by race director, warned that they are allowed to make one blocking move, but once they've made that move, they must not yet again go across the track and a second attempt to block a driver. Robbie Kerr on the tail of Team Australia. He's got another opportunity. Maybe he can get into the slipstream of Team Australia. Looks to me like it's a little bit too far ahead of him.
Well, he's going to have a look, isn't he, as they head up towards Hawthorns. And look, there's another pass possible going on. Portugal there on the move, I think, with Pakistan and Ireland as well, putting some pressure on.
Yes, putting pressure on Neil Johnny in the Team Switzerland. So Ireland and Switzerland battling. They're down in 9th and 10th position.
Brazil leads from France, New Zealand and Australia. Oh, there was a bit of a slide on the outside of Sheen Kerr from somebody there. Hopefully they made it through. Under the bridge they come once again. Brazil, France, New Zealand, Australia pulled away a little bit from Team GB on that last lap. Then it's Mexico, Portugal, and then we've got Pakistan in there as well. Team Ireland still involved in a great race with Switzerland.
Yes, Switzerland and Ireland really disputing that 9th place. And Michael Devaney pushing very, very hard. The more experienced single-seater driver, Neil Johnny in the Team Switzerland entry.
On board with Team GB, Robbie Kerr in the red, white and blue Team GB entry down the hill. He's dropped back a little bit now from the Australian car. Will Power, who has experience of racing this Brands Hatch circuit. Oh, and into the pits has come South Africa. Stephen Simpson into the pits. We've already seen Team Holland in the pits, and that's two cars.
We wonder maybe about that. Were those the two cars that had the collision? Because it happened somewhere in midfield, and South Africa and Netherlands were on the 7th row of the grid.
Let me tell you that Team USA might have started in 17th place, but they're already up to 11th position. So Scott Speed is flying. He made some good moves on that opening lap. There you can see the order. Pakistan doing a fantastic job. Adam Khan for Pakistan running in 7th place. He's ahead of the new British F3 champion Alvaro Parent, driving for Team Portugal, of course, and then Switzerland and Team Ireland in the top 10.
BK Jr. comes through clearways, and that lead as he came across the line on that second. There's a coming house now. The third lap was at just under a second. And we wait to see what the gap is when he comes across. It's now 1.2, so he's pulled out 0.3 of a second over Alexander Primet in the Team France car.
Yeah, so he is flying, is Nelson Piquet Jr., as we saw in qualifying. Great onboard view there from that camera mounted just over the right rear wheel. He eases away from Alexander Primet of France, Matt Halliday of New Zealand, Will Power of Australia, Robbie Kerr for Great Britain. There is Team Portugal, and Portugal still trying to get past Team Pakistan. Not close enough here as they come down towards the left-hander that leads out onto the longer section. There is Michael Devaney for Team Ireland.
Yes, dropping back a little bit from Neil Jani in 9th place. Another strong performer so far is Salvador Duran for Mexico. Team Mexico in 6th place, holding a strong 6th place ahead of Pakistan and Portugal.
Out of Hawthorns, look at that camera position. Wonderful idea of the speed that they're doing across the curb as they come out of that corner. And well, they're going through there at a good 120, 130 miles an hour, and just as well the camera's well protected in that curb.
So Piquet Jr. once again back into clearways. The gap 1.2 seconds he has over Team France. Alexander Primet. Piquet looked so comfortable after that qualifying session. The confidence he exuded when he got out of the car, calm, on pace. The gap is reduced marginally by maybe less than 1/10 of a second.
Along the Brabham Straight they go then here at Brands Hatch. It's still Brazil leading. 14 laps to go in the sprint race. Remember, there is no pit stop in this race, but there will be a pit stop in the second race today. Look at the start again.
4 wide. I've never seen 4 wide in a single-seater race here at Brands Hatch, unless it's a Formula Ford race, and they're probably about 6 wide. But there, watch on the top of screen, you see Team France in that red, white and blue car dive alongside Matt Halliday in the black Team New Zealand car. Takes the position away. Halliday really no option. He had to let Team France go through. Slippery on the outside. He had to be careful not to be too tough on Team France and maybe in fact put himself in a more vulnerable position.
Yes, and France did well there to move up into second position, and it's 2 experienced drivers from the GP2 category who are running very, very well here at the moment. But remember, we've seen Team Holland go out of this race already. Jos Verstappen is back in the pits, and it's a great, great shame that he's out of this race already. Let's hear from him.
Jos, just tell us what happened out there.
I mean, with the start, first, second corner went all right. We went into turn 3, nothing happened, and suddenly somebody came into my back, and it broke my right rear tire, and I saw a bit of the rear wing. It's nothing you can do, you know. If somebody hit you in the back, it's just a very bad luck.
Can it be fixed for the next race?
Yeah, I mean, you have to start from the back, so that race is gone as well. It's a weekend what we should forget very quickly.
Well, disappointment for Team Holland, for the Team Netherlands then for this weekend, but Jos Verstappen will be back, I'm sure. It's an experienced team. He's a very experienced driver. Now, power boost. We haven't had much of a chance to talk about the power boost with all the excitement that's going on, but John, just explain what that's all about.
Yes, we've got a power boost button in the cockpit. It enables the driver to push it 4 times in this race. He gains an extra 30 horsepower. When he's on full throttle, it's active. When he lifts off the throttle, it deactivates. So you can't keep it open for a full lap. You've got 4 shots in which to use it. You've got to decide you're going to use it at the very start and try and take advantage of your position on the grid, or you're going to wait until the end when you think you've maybe got a cleaner shot at overtaking a car that you might be in a battle with. The concern is that the driver that you want to pass might choose to push his power boost button at the same time, and that will cancel itself out.
Looking further down the order here at the blue car. Now that's the confusing car amongst all of these, because that's actually Team Italy's entry. They haven't had a chance to spray the car up in their country colours as yet. So Enrico Toccocello involved in quite a battle with Canadian Sean McIntosh, and the Italian didn't get off the line too well, so he lost several places compared to his grid position.
Yes, it's surprising in a rolling start. Everybody really is in the same gear. It's just a question of being alert when the light goes out to make sure that you're in the gear on the throttle. And clearly, unfortunately for Toccocello, started 16th, he's dropped back to 18th, and he's embroiled in a battle with Canada ahead of him and Czech Republic behind him.
Now remember, how they line up for the feature race, the second race of the day, depends entirely on how they finish this first race, and they will line up in the order they finish. So at the moment it's Brazil, France, New Zealand, Australia, Great Britain and Mexico, the top 6, and that's how they will line up on the grid for the feature race. It's crucial to finish this race. If you've got a decent run going, you do not want to gamble too much and end up breaking the car. There's a short gap between the two races, not a lot of time for repairs, so it is very important to get to the end of this race. The same number of points are on offer in both races. 10 points for a win, 9 points for second, 8 points for third. You don't get much of an advantage between the different positions, but both races do score points. We're riding here on board Team Portugal.
And you come into Paddockle Bend, corner which is notorious. Well, you can see Adam Khan and Team Pakistan ran a little wide. He didn't get the apex where Alvaro Parent did get it, and that's the difference in experience between these two drivers. Parent coming off a very, very strong Formula 3 season in Europe. Adam Khan, who's been in Formula 3, but nowhere near as experienced.
No, but he's working hard here. It's good effort. "11 laps remain in the sprint race of the A1 GP event here at Brands Hatch, the first ever A1 Grand Prix, and there you can see that Team Malaysia have a little race on their hands with Germany. In the Malaysian car it's Faraz Fauzi, and in the German car it's Timo Scheider. Battle there for a position that is for 13th. Malaysia in 13th place, Germany in 14th position. India running in 15th place at the moment, and that's a reasonably good progress for India. They've had some problems throughout the two practice days, but made progress. Karan Chanduk in the opening laps. Coming out of clearways they come now, and it's still Brazil that leads. 10 laps to go, and I wonder whether the tyre wear is going to become a factor at all here.
Well, it certainly is a factor if you look at Team Ireland, and in that battle that's going on with Neil Yanni has got ahead, and still getting pressure from Michael Devaney, the young Irishman, in his first race in what I would call a senior single-seater race car. Nothing with the experience, the power of this car, the weight of the car and driver, of course, must weigh 695 kilograms. That's the weight the car must be when it comes across the start-finish line, excluding fuel.
All these cars are identical, remember, no traction control to help the drivers. It's purely down to their skills and down to their ability behind the wheel to get something done. 14 seconds back to USA, but Brazil has a 1.6 second gap over Team France, so not as big a lead as Nelson Piquet might like, but it'll do for now. There is Team India running a relatively lonely race at the moment. He's in 15th position. Indonesia running in 16th. Behind them it's Canada, Italy, the Czech Republic and Austria.
And you see the sparks coming.
9 laps remain now in the A1 Grand Prix race, the sprint race at Brands Hatch, and there you can see the top two, Brazil leading, France in second, New Zealand in third.
And I think that New Zealand, Matt Halliday is beginning to close down slightly on Alexander Premat in the Team France car. Remember, Halliday had the advantage of starting in the front row. He lost that in the run-up into Paddock Bend. Now that he's settled in the car, beginning to run down the tail of Team France in second.
Yes, and well, we'll keep an eye on that little battle that's going on. Drivers might be feeling it a little bit. Still not as nearly as long a race as they'll be doing in the feature race, of course. But physically, it could get a bit demanding. This track doesn't give much let-up, not a lot of period for rest. We can see that Switzerland ahead of Ireland. Ireland have got to watch out for the United States as
yes,
well.
I've just been keeping an eye on Team USA, Scott Speed, who had an appalling qualifying session. The team, David Price Racing, they couldn't find any one specific problem. They found lots of tiny little issues, but none that would have caused the lack of pace in qualifying. Scott Speed was absolutely just devastated by the lack of speed. The team have worked on the car. They've got back some of that speed. Of course, he's embroiled in the midfield battle. He's up to 11th place, having started 17th. But he's got to contend with Ireland, who's battling with Switzerland.
Brazil doing the job up front though, 1.8 seconds ahead of France. Nelson Piquet Jr., he's won on this track in the past in the British F3 Championship, and his father has won here in the past. It's looking good at the moment for Nelson Piquet Jr. to repeat that and to take victory for Brazil in the first race. Let's just take a look at what happened to Portugal. That was a bit of a slide through Paddock Hill Bend, wasn't it?
Yes, and again, its positioning, it is bumpy coming into Paddock Hill Bend. Oh, and there is a big slide. He caught the left rear tire on the curbing that, as it just concludes at the end of Paddock Hill Bend, and that threw the car sideways. That shot saw your hand movement going from straight ahead, left hand down, straight ahead.
Race leader Brazil from France, New Zealand, Australia still 4th, Great Britain in 5th, Mexico is 6th ahead of Pakistan, Portugal, Switzerland, Ireland, the United States, Japan is 12th, Malaysia, just see them flashing through the picture. Next up, they're in 13th ahead of Germany, then it's India, Indonesia, Canada, Italy, the Czech Republic and Austria, and then we've got China, Lebanon, Russia and of course South Africa out of this race, as is the entry from the Netherlands.
This midfield battle continuing as we pick up again with Timo Scheider from Team Germany, the team that was orchestrated, including Willy Weber, and a team with high expectations, a team that we would expect when it gets to Leibniz-Ring in 2 weeks' time will be right at the front of the grid.
Yeah, there we are with the onboard view, and just must make a quick correction. I said South Africa were out. In fact, they're not. They made a pit stop earlier in this race, but they are still running. So South Africa running in 24th place for Stephen Simpson.
And a little error coming again out of that Paddock Hill Bend. You saw the Team Malaysia car get a little bit sideways, and the tail kicked out. Timo Scheider, we're on board with Timo Scheider as he comes through Graham Hill Bend. That's the tight left-hander that leads on to the bottom of the circuit. Also Scheider beginning to look, he's looking impatient. He thinks he can get past. We've got, of course, Fares Fauzi driving the Team Malaysia entry. It is not Alex Young who qualified this car and also who did the morning warm-up.
That's right, which is an interesting decision, but Fares Fauzi does have experience of the British race circuits from F3. Now Italy have been on the move here, and Toccacello got alongside Sean McIntosh, and there was nothing the Canadian could do.
He squeezed him, but he gave him racing room. He got as close as he could get without a collision, but he got through. He let Toccacello go. He knew that by getting Toccacello alongside into Paddock Hill Bend, he had no option. He couldn't go around the outside along with them.
So Italy gain a place, but they're still way down the order after that rather poor start on the rolling start and didn't get away well. So Toccacello has plenty more to do if he's to have a good run going here. And then as we look here, there is Team Ireland. Now behind them, Team USA, Scott Speed hasn't been able to close up as much. A little bit of a gap still between them. Japan behind, and then Malaysia, and then Germany. But look at our race leader, he's flying.
Yes, the gap is now just over 2 seconds, 2.145 to be correct. So Nelson Piquet Jr. is easing away from second place France and third place New Zealand. New Zealand just a second, 1.3 seconds behind France. Matt Halliday, I think of these three drivers, he's the least experienced with European racing, the least experienced racing here at Brands Hatch, doing a very sound job.
Yes, he is. He was unlucky a few years ago. He was leading the race at Monaco in the Formula Renault V6 Championship. Led it from almost start to finish, only have an electrical problem at the end and ended up finishing in second place. But look at this, we've got a battle here as South Africa is a lapped car, so he of course went into the pits earlier on, Stephen Simpson, so he's just really claiming back a lap on the Czech entry.
Yes, the Team Russia, Vansilia. Yes, so Stephen Simpson really making up, and we don't know, we never heard who the car that bumped into Jos Verstappen, the Team Netherlands entry. We suspect it might have been Stephen Simpson because he came in on the same lap. He is 2 laps down on this field. Nevertheless, he's out there driving as hard as he can for his nation and for himself.
Fastest lap, as we've seen, was so far for a 17.1 is being shown as for the French team, actually. So it's very close between both Brazil and France. There's not been much difference between the two. I think Piquet may end up with the fastest lap in the end, but Brazil just easing away from Team France. New Zealand in third. You're looking a bit further down the order, and Portugal, Alvaro Parente was wide.
He got very wide. He got on that curve. We've seen in other races here this weekend, if you get too wide in that curve, the bottom of the car will bottom out and you'll end up spinning around. But of course, the fastest lap of this race or the feature race is important because there's a bonus point for the driver that does get that fastest race lap.
Yes, but it's of both races. It's the fastest of the 2 races that gets the point, not a point for each race. Down the hill comes Scott Speed for Team USA. Let's just take a little look back at what was going on, and that was Fares Fauzi ahead of Timo Scheider, who got a bit out of shape.
Well, Fauzi just round wide on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. Timo Scheider's going to think, have I got a chance into Surtees? He's positioning his car, but he obviously didn't get the pass made.
No, it wasn't quite enough of a mistake for Germany to take advantage. It's Brazil, France, New Zealand. Australia has dropped back a little bit in fourth. Great Britain still running in fifth place, but there Robbie Kerr is some 2 seconds behind Will Power in the Australian car. I don't think that Team GB is going to improve from there. Mexico still running very well though. Good effort from Team Mexico. Salvador Duran, the youngster, driving for the Mexican team, and he's been racing in British F3, but he's never been to Brands Hatch before. And he's ahead of Pakistan in 7th, Portugal in 8th, Switzerland in 9th, Ireland in 10th, then the United States, Japan, Malaysia, Germany and India.
Team New Zealand, Matt Halliday, I think is the man to watch of this leading group of 3 cars. He is, to me, squeezing that gap down to Team France, Alexander Primat, whereas Nelson Piquet in the Team Brazil, he's able to sit there very comfortably. He is basically controlling the pace by the pace of the cars behind him. He doesn't need to win by more than the gap he has, which is just over 2 seconds. He just needs to win.
Yes, and there are 4 laps to go. He ought to be able to hold on to this quite comfortably. He's used to running slightly longer distance races now. This won't be a problem to him. There's the gap back to Australia. A little bit lonely now, Australia, after having a good run in with Team GB. There is Robbie Kerr now. He's not quite able to keep up. Then there's a little gap back to Mexico, Pakistan and Portugal. They're followed by Switzerland and Ireland. And then it's USA, Japan, Malaysia, Germany flashing through the picture as well. And that's how they lie at the moment in the top 12. 3 laps to go in the sprint race. Take a look at this.
Well, Czech Republic and Canada there having a battle. You saw that the Czech Republic had a problem with the start. Jan Charus had to be pushed start, but he makes a clean pass on Sean McIntosh in the Team Canada entry.
Yes, and Sean McIntosh, having made the step up from Formula Renault, maybe just finding in the latter stages of this race it's all getting a bit harder work physically, and that's where we might see them begin to struggle for pace.
And also, of course, these cars, as the tyres wear, the grip may go away. It could be at the front of the car, it could be at the back of the car. If it's the rear grip that may be giving up for Sean McIntosh, then the car's going to want to oversteer an awful lot. And on a circuit like Brands Hatch, which is totally about confidence in yourself and the car, if you've got an oversteering car, then you'll not be quick. That was the problem Scott Speed, who just went out of picture there in Team USA, faced in qualifying. He had no confidence whatsoever.
There is the Australian car, Team GB, not far behind, but not close enough to challenge. Then it's Mexico, Salvador Duran being a star. So is Adam Khan for Pakistan. He's keeping the British Formula 3 champion behind him, Alvaro Perez of Portugal. He's been racing in the UK, but the Portuguese driver being hindered by Team Pakistan, but in a perfectly fair and open way. He just can't find a way past at the moment. And Karan Chanduk for Team India there, heading up into Druids, currently running in 15th place.
The key to this race is also your starting grid position for the feature race, and many drivers who are maybe worrying, for example, Neil Yanni, Team Switzerland, 9th place, Michael Devaney, 10th place, Scott Speed, 11th place. They're going to be right in the heart of the grid for the start of the 36-lap feature race. They'll not want to be there. They will want to be where Nelson Piquet Jr. is for Team Brazil.
Yeah, but it's going to be a very different kettle of fish in that feature race. It's a long race. They've got a pit stop to put in, and there are different rules regarding that pit stop that we'll be looking at later on. It could make life very, very exciting. Brazil onto the final lap now, and it looks as though it is going to be Nelson Piquet Jr. who will take the first win in A1GP for Brazil. France running in second. He could get held up a little bit here though.
Yes, he's got to be careful because the Team Russia entry and with Alexei Vasiliev in the car, Piquet's got to be careful. He does a good move down the inside into Surtees. Vasiliev saw the car coming. He stayed way to the right, lets Piquet get through. Maybe loses a couple of tenths of a second a lap, but that's what's important. It's better to lose 0.2 of a second than lose the lead of the race.
He's still got that lead very comfortably. France in second place. There is New Zealand in third position. It's still a great run for Matt Halliday.
But there's these 2 cars, second and third, who've got to get past Team Russia and Alexei Vasiliev. Vasiliev pulls him to the left. That's Team France through, that's Team New Zealand through. But look how much the gap has closed down as they come into Sheen Curve.
Yeah, there is an opportunity for New Zealand perhaps. I don't think it's going to be enough time because they've only got the run down towards Clearways and Clark Curve. and history is going to be made by Brazil. Brazil are going to take the first win of A1 GP. It's Nelson Piquet Jr. who takes victory from pole position. An absolutely dominant win on the track where his father won in 1983. Nelson Piquet Jr. wins for Brazil. France takes second, New Zealand third, Australia come home in fourth place, and Great Britain finish in third. And Emerson Fittipaldi, the twice world champion, is now watching Brazil storming to the top of the motorsport stage once again in this all-new format of racing.
Well, Nelson Piquet Jr. absolutely delighted. We've seen Emerson Fittipaldi, of course, who raced here and won Grand Prix here, also equally delighted. I mean, he, in his speech, said what a great opportunity for all the young potential race drivers that Brazil's got out of that 41 million. I don't know why there aren't more of them already over here racing.
Well, they've produced 3 different world champions, but 8 titles in the past in Formula One. And here now, Nelson Piquet Jr. could be, he's certainly giving the fans something to cheer about. The Brazilian fans here today, they're enjoying this. And what a great achievement for Brazil. The first A1 GP race has gone to them. France did well. They moved up into second place after a great start. And New Zealand still will be happy, I think. They finished in third place. They're a little disappointed perhaps to have lost the advantage of that front row starting position. But nonetheless, a good effort. And who's keeping their powder dry for the feature race this afternoon? That's the big question. Who's got perhaps a little something in reserve? Or perhaps the team is going to be better in the pits than another. That is where the individual teams in the pits could make a huge difference to the outcome of the feature race. The tyre stop will be crucial.
Yes, it's a totally new territory for every team here. Some of them have experience in pit stops and other forms of motor racing, but they're accustomed to having air jacks. There are no air jacks with these A1 GP cars. There will be manual jacks, one man at the front, one man at the rear. They've got to jack their car up manually. There are only 4 men allowed to change each of the 4 wheels and tyres. You're allowed 2 additional helpers on the left-hand side of the car for them to clear away the 2 wheels that have been removed from the left side. The ones on the right side will be thrown straight into the garage.
But we've got our first winner, John. It is Brazil. Let's just quickly run through the order. It was Brazil first, France in second place, New Zealand third ahead of Australia, Great Britain and Mexico. Great result for Mexico. Then it's Pakistan, Portugal and Switzerland. 10th place for Team Ireland, 11th for Team USA, Japan in 12th, Malaysia 13th, Germany 14th ahead of India, Italy, Indonesia finished 17th, the Czech Republic was 18th, 19th place went to Canada, 20th to Austria, China finished in 21st place, the Lebanon 22nd, and the finishers completed by Russia in 23rd and South Africa in 24th position.
Andy, impressive stuff from Nelson Piquet. Brazil taking that first win of the A1 GP series. Nelson Piquet with it from pole. He set out his stall from beginning, didn't he?
Absolutely. He made a good start, but most importantly, his first lap was paralysingly fast. I mean, he showed yesterday he's good over 1 lap. It's really important to bag that first lap and make a gap. That's what he did. I think he controlled the race beautifully from there on.
Is that the mark of a great driver? Is that the difference between a good and a great driver?
Absolutely. Senna was renowned for it. You know, on the first lap he was just sensational. Michael Schumacher's very, very good. You've really got a difficult feeling in the car. The car's feeling quite low in grip. You need to have a lot of confidence. Brilliant driving from Nelson Piquet.
So Nelson Piquet Jr., the race winner for the sprint race. When we come back, the podium, reaction and analysis to what we've just seen.
Can't keep a good man down. 5 Rounds with Rocky continues with Rocky 2 tonight at 8, Sky Cinema 1.
Jada, 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 jing, jing, jing. Jada, 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 jing, jing, jing. It's a funny little melody, but it's so soothing and a
million ways to make your day. Mars Delight. Another way to make your day.
Other people's smoke gets in your clothes and on your skin. But it can also restrict the oxygen around your heart, causing it to fail. It increases a non-smoker's chance of getting heart disease by 25%. Secondhand smoke is a killer. For information on secondhand smoke and advice on giving up, call 0800 169 0169.
Hugo Energize, the new fragrance. Hugo, your fragrance, your rules.
A lot of people seem to be getting rather overexcited about the Norwich Union Direct Summer Extravaganza. Up to 25% off online car insurance quotes until September 30th. Visit Norwich Union Direct on www.quotemehappy.com before September 30th and let us quote you happy.
Welcome back to Brands Hatch. We have our first race winner in the A1 Grand Prix series. The man who started on pole for this sprint race, Nelson Piquet Jr., setting the fastest time in the sprint race and ending in top position. Alexander Premat from France in second. Matt Halliday of New Zealand in third. In amongst that chasing pack, Robbie Kerr as well. And not a great result for Matthias Lauda. He finished last in 20th. So these live shots at the moment around Brands Hatch. Tens of thousands of people have turned up for this, the first ever A1 Grand Prix race meeting. It has been a superb turnout, Andy, and they shouldn't be disappointed, should they, with what they've just seen in the sprint race?
Absolutely, great race. That rolling start was really close. We saw Piquet make a good start, but we also saw France with Alexander Premat making a lovely move up the inside of Paddock Hill Bend. And unfortunately, we didn't see Robbie move up as much as we would have liked, but a great spectacle there off the start.
A rolling start to get things going. We thought it was going to be exciting, and it was, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. I mean, it's really good to hear so many cars coming past the pits, all at the same speed. As you can see here, they're all jostling for position. Nelson Piquet made a great start. Matt made a good start, but allowed Alexander Premat to creep up the inside, caught him out there. Unfortunately, Robbie didn't really get a good start. He was really maintained his position. You can see Robbie trying to get past Australia, but didn't pull that move off, and that really cost him a good position today.
Nelson Piquet Jr. started on pole, got off to a great start. How important was that for him throughout the course of that sprint race?
Yeah, I mean, with a rolling start, it's quite difficult to actually get a big advantage. So I'm sure he was quite nervous about making a good start, jumping and anticipating that green light. And he managed to do that very nicely. It's really hard for the guys down the field because you can see them jostling for position, then they have to suddenly dive wide. One car nearly touched the pit wall there. So this is very difficult with a rolling start to know exactly when to go on the power.
It was a great start for France, wasn't it? And in particular, Alexander Premat.
Yeah, he's a very cool racer. He's been around a while. You know, I think he caught Matt Halliday, New Zealand, off guard there. He made a last-minute lunge up the inside of Paddock Hill Bend. And yeah, you can see that.
Disappointing for him, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he was really involved in somebody else's accident there. You do get a big concertina when cars brake suddenly for a corner like that, and he got caught up in unfortunately, they took him out, took his gearbox out, and that was it. End of story for him.
Okay, well, we have 1, 2, and 3 waiting for us on the podium. Let's go and join them.
But here we go then, the first podium celebration. Matt Halliday comes into position to take third place for New Zealand. Second place goes to Alexander Premat of France. But the winner for Brazil is Nelson Piquet Jr. and the flag is proudly carried.
And that's going to be a very popular sight to all those race fans back in Brazil who are watching this race live.
Nelson Piquet Jr. No champagne after this one, these guys have got to do one more race.
race as well, you know. So please take your seats again. The feature race is coming up.
Thanks, Bruce. So the first result, there's a Brazilian flag on its...
So there you have it, 1, 2 and 3, Brazil, France and New Zealand all on the podium to accept their prizes in the first ever sprint race podium. 1, 2 and 3, Nelson Piquet Jr. finishing in that top spot. And quite an impressive start to A1 Grand Prix, you might say.
I was very, very impressed. What I really did like to see was the driving standard was good. Everybody was consistent with their lap times. There wasn't any sort of nasty things going on down the order, which was really pleasing to see because that could really affect proceedings. I think you know, it's a very short sprint race. We're going to see some real strategy coming into this now for the feature race with the possibility of a safety car. And of course the pit stop coming in later on as well.
Lots of battles all over the place between nations. It's what we hoped for and it's what we got, isn't it?
Absolutely. You're seeing guys here competing on a level playing field. You know, I'm not sure how many of them would have made use of their power boost at the beginning of the race, but we saw several really good overtaking manoeuvres with the power boost button and some real great driving. And I think Alexander Primat showed, you know, it's always easiest to make the best, to make the most positions off the start, and he made a great move there on the inside into Paddock Hill Bend.
In terms of Nelson Piquet Jr. though, he has positioned himself now on the starting grid in pole for that feature race. How key is that?
Very, very important. This is what you're going to see. The sprint race is important to finish, take some points. You're scoring points all the time in these races, but you've got to remember that there's a feature race to come. That's very important. So some of these guys are going to be driving this with a little bit in reserve. Generally what you see is for the feature race you're going to see a little bit more aggressive, you know, overtaking, I would say, because they've got nothing to lose. They really wanted to bag the points but get a good grid position. That's the most important thing.
Well, that's Nelson Piquet Jr. who starts on pole. Sophie is with Nelson Piquet Sr.
Yes, I am indeed, and you must be even more proud of him now.
Yes, you know, it's 19 years ago I did a pole position on won the last Formula 1 Grand Prix here, and now the first A1, now Nelson did a pole position, won the first race. That's very good, very nice.
It doesn't seem to be anything that can stop him, does there?
Nah, I hope it'll be the same the second one.
Brilliant. And so next race out, any changes, anything you'll do? You can just carry on the same way?
Well, he told me the car have some little things to set up better, and I hope have a good pit stop and try to win the race again.
Congratulations, you must be very, very pleased. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Back to you.
Valiant effort from Team GB and from Robbie Kerr. Keith Hewen is with the driver in question.
Robbie, you started in 5th place, you finished in 5th place. Are you relatively happy?
Reasonably happy, at least we didn't go backwards, but we were battling away for 4th at the start. Unfortunately, we slipped away a little bit, but then we came strong again towards the end. So we're looking good for the long race. We've just got to make sure we get a good start and work on going forward.
Power boost, did you need it? Did you use it?
Oh, we tried it, and yeah, it made the right things happen. It was just pulled down the back straight on the first lap, just kept a nice comfortable gap. Getting alongside Australia, perhaps I should have used it a little bit earlier, but no, the overtaking move might have been on, but they were blocking hard and racing hard, so one of those things.
Okay, thank you very much, Robbie.
No problem.
So Robbie Kerr starting in 5th, finishing in 5th for that sprint race. Andy, will he be relatively happy with that?
No. Interesting psychology there. He was thinking more about protecting his position. I think Robbie's not happy with his setup. I think he's struggling a little bit. I would say probably what he's done there is a really great performance to finish in 5th place. I think that you know, you can see he's a little bit disappointed. I think he would have expected more from today. Unfortunately, he didn't get past Australia on that first lap. That really did cost him a good grid position.
Did he really miss an early chance there?
It's very, very difficult. He made a move around the outside of Druids. Now it's very, very slippery on the outside. I'm really impressed that he had a go at it. He had a look. It could have happened, but Will Power for Australia was very determined and held his position, held his line, and really Robbie had nowhere to go on the exit, so he had to tuck back in behind him.
And what does that do to a driver's confidence?
Well, I think Robbie's been around long enough now to know that you know, he knows what he can achieve. He was a British Formula 3 champion. I think he's struggling to find the ideal balance in the car. I think when that really comes out and he can really be confident in the car, you'll see him move forward.
One man who didn't lose his confidence in any part at all. Nelson Piquet Jr. had quite a race in this, the first A1 Grand Prix race, didn't he, Andy?
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very confident driver. I mean, it's great to, when things are going well, the confidence just increases. He's driving on that. He's really comfortable with his car. The car looks superb on track. As I say, put in a superb first, time lap on the restart. He feels now that he's really got this in the bag. I'll be interested to know in the second race, if he makes a good start, great. But if he doesn't make a good start, can he use this good car and his good performance to overtake? I think he will. He's going to be a tough cookie to beat this weekend.
How important is it when you're on pole to get off to that really good winning start?
Yeah, I mean, to set the season off on a high note is great. He's walking on water. He's got everybody here to see him. Emerson Fittipaldi, his father, Nelson Piquet. The whole world is watching today. He's done the job, and he's won for Brazil, which is absolutely tremendous. He's got to use this now for the feature race, and hopefully he can pull it off again.
With that, presumably, though, does come the pressure. He has a whole nation on his shoulders in Brazil who do love their sport, don't they?
They do love their sport. I think that he's probably just forgetting about the pressure right now, concentrating on his own job, driving this car as well as possible. We're moving into the feature race. He's going to be staying calm, topping up his energy, and trying to make sure that he's physically fit and ready for the next race.
Okay, well, 1, 2 and 3 are speaking to the world's media. Let's catch up with them.
Understandably delighted, Nelson Piquet. You've made history. You've won the first ever A1 Grand Prix. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel really, really glad. I'm so happy. I think it looks like it's my first race win. I'm really, really happy. I mean, all the effort the team has done in such a little time, and bringing all this together. I mean, it's a new championship. It's something new I'm doing, and I'm really, really happy to be the first one to win in a place that I like to drive. And I think I have more to say thank you to Maktoum for has created all this beautiful show, and the team has done a really, really good job, and I think everybody just did everything perfect. It has been perfect until now.
It was the way you won as well, though. It was a very dominant performance from start to finish.
Well, for sure, the only way I could have been more dominant would be by opening a gap. I think Alex was quite close to me most of the race, and we had maybe a similar race pace. But yeah, I mean, I knew that in this circuit, if he wasn't 1 second quicker, he wouldn't overtake me, because it's a really difficult track to get over.
Okay, Alex Prema, tell us about your start. You made up a position. You had a good start.
Yeah, well, so I took a really good start behind Nelson Piquet, because I overtook Matt Hallyday in the first corner. So I think I did a really good job on this first corner, because I think it was really important to start second, just behind of Nelson Piquet, to go to close the gap. So he was really fast, me too, but it was really hard to overtake. So I think it was nice.
Yeah, we saw some very close racing out there, but you couldn't quite catch Nelson.
Yeah, so it was really hard to catch, because Nelsino and me, I think the time it was really close in the lap time, but I was at 1 second or 2 seconds, and if it's really close of him, I think it was really hard to overtake, because this is a circuit really fast, and this is really hard to overtake.
Okay, thanks, Alex. Matt, just tell us about your start. We heard Alex saying that he passed you at the beginning.
Yeah, it was difficult, because I wanted to come across, but there was just no gap. He was right behind PK. It was not possible for me to fit in there, so I slotted into third. I mean, for us, the first race is fine. It wasn't worth taking the risk to do anything silly and start from down the back in the next race.
From New Zealand's perspective, how do you think that they'll be taking this back home? Do you think that New Zealand realised that they were up there in world motorsport?
Yeah, I mean, they've got a good heritage in motorsport, but not for a long time, especially not in Europe. So I'm sure people back home watching this are very excited. Our team is very excited, and hopefully it's first of a very good championship for us.
Nelson, just finally, there was a fantastic atmosphere before the start of the race. As a driver, could you see the real sense of occasion out there?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's something different. I think Maktoum wants to create something different from everything else, and I respect it. It's something that is really a good idea, and it's something different, and I'm open for different ideas and different presentations. It's all good for us and for the public.
Thank you very much, guys.
Nelson Piquet Jr. genuinely happy there. He is dominating the headlines this morning back in Brazil. Are we looking at a future star, Andy?
Absolutely. He's got the name, but he's backing it up with performance, which you need to do. So I think he'll be he'll have a great future in motorsport. He's definitely a top driver now. He's come through the lower formulas. He's proved he can be a Formula 3 champion, which is really like what you call the upper six of motorsport. Now here he is in A1 Grand Prix, and he's performing again first time out of the box, so you can't argue with that performance.
Heard from Alexander Premat there, who finished second, and from Matt Halliday, who finished third for New Zealand, who have been pretty consistent all weekend. But Matt Halliday there talking about exercising a bit of caution in that sprint race. How much does it prey on a driver's mind that they've got to finish well for the feature race?
Absolutely. You're only as good as your last race. So the last race is the feature race this afternoon. He wants to start well. He knows that the feature race is going to be a longer race. There's a pit stop. Things are going to happen. Opportunities are going to open up. So he wants to be there. He's happy to bag a third. Great qualifying performance yesterday. He's backed it up with a podium finish today in a world-class grid. You can't ask for more. He's really happy to be third.
Well, Team Ireland finished 10th. Sophie Earle has caught up with Michael Devaney. Sophie.
So, Michael, congratulations. That's a really encouraging start.
Yeah, we had a fantastic race. We made a few spots up at the start, and then I was just stuck behind Neil Yanni in the Switzerland car for the entire race. But we were much quicker than him, but I still just couldn't overtake on this track. But it's encouraging for the main race because our lap times are pretty good compared to the guys up the front. So it's going to be a longer race with a pit stop, so I think we're in a good position.
Well, watching the race, you seem to be one of the only drivers out there that actually managed to overtake it all. How difficult is it? Can you talk us through it a bit?
Yeah, the problem with Brands Hatch is there's no tight corners, so there's no good braking areas to overtake. So it's very difficult, but I managed to get somebody into the Graham Hill bend down the inside, but after that I just couldn't get Yanni anywhere. He was blocking when I tried to overtake, and it's just too tight around here to overtake.
And like you say, the feature race is a whole different thing. It's longer laps. How much more difficult is that going to be for you?
It's going to be difficult, but I think we're in a good position for it compared to the other guys because we're quicker than the guys in front, and if we get a good pit stop and out in front of them, then I think we can maintain our position up the front, so it looks encouraging.
Well, congratulations again, fantastic start, and good luck for the next race. Thank you, Michael. Bye.
Thanks.
Team Ireland starting that sprint race in 12th, Michael Devaney moving them up to 10th. Will he be reasonably happy with that starting position on the feature race grid?
I think so. I think top 10 position is very, very good. I noticed that he said it's quite difficult to overtake. Some of these corners are extremely high speed, and it's very difficult to find an advantage in a car. But saying that, the feature race has a standing start. If he makes a good start in the feature race, jumps a couple of places, he can aim for maybe a top 8, a top 6 finish, and of course strategy is going to come into it as well. So it's really important to be on the grid for this feature race.
Okay, more strategy talk to come next. We're going to take a short break. Reaction and analysis to come.
Now, Chelsea are back at Anfield to face the European champions. Liverpool v Chelsea, The Return, is live only on Sky Sports.
Fasten your seatbelts.
The UEFA Champions League continues. 14 live matches on Sky Sports 2 and Extra, including Inter-Rangers, plus the big one. Liverpool v Chelsea, live only on Sky Sports.
It took something extraordinary to emerge as Car of the Year 2005. A car with adaptive front lighting, solar reflect windscreens, and keyless entry. The very latest in Bluetooth voice control, and the highest Euro NCAP safety rating in its class ever. The new Ford Focus, now available with a typical 5.5% APR. For details, visit your Ford dealer today.
There's super goals like this. And there's super goals like this. Super Frank, super goals.
And then there's super goals like this. It's got all the best action. Super goals in the Sun. More pages, more analysis, more football. Super goals, free with the Sun every Saturday, Thursday and Mondays too. Super goals, only in the Sun. We love it.
British Airways' biggest ever sale ends midnight Tuesday. For these and many more destinations, book now at ba.com.
They killed Mom. They set her up.
Keep knocking on the devil's door long enough, and sooner or later somebody gonna answer you.
Fair enough.
4 brothers. Answer the following question correctly and you can win a Sony widescreen TV. In which city is the film 4 Brothers set? Details at skymovies.com.
Where you work, do people always tell you their true opinions? Would the people you work with have energy even if they hadn't had coffee? Do you ever have discussions with people who actually haven't made their minds up yet? A job is only as stimulating as the people you work with. Use your head. Teach.
M&M's, sweet.
Businesses of all sizes need a new perspective. BT's Network Perspective. Our unique understanding of the way companies operate and compete in the digital networked economy. Discover how BT's networked IT services can help your business succeed. BT. More power to you.
Welcome back to Brands Hatch. Here is one way to arrive today. The Red Devils entertaining the crowds here this afternoon. Tens of thousands have turned up to see this, the first ever A1 Grand Prix. We're now counting down to the feature race that takes place at 3 o'clock this afternoon by way of a standing start. Team Brazil on pole for that feature race, and Keith Ewan's been catching up with their team principal, Emerson Fittipaldi.
Emerson, there is a little bit of Brands Hatch that is now Brazil.
Oh, it's fantastic to win here. I mean, I remember when I won my first Grand Prix in Brands Hatch, 1972, driving the John Play Special. It's a very special place, has so much history, so much tradition. And today we made the history. A1 is making history in racing again. And I'm glad and proud to be part of that new history of motor race.
Well, we've heard from Nelson, obviously, in the press conference. But how does he feel as a young man? I mean, you know him very well. How's this going to affect him? How's he going to feel? You always seem so cool, calm and collected on the surface. What's he like as a young man?
He's very quiet, very calm and very professional driving and very focused. He's a great talent. I mean, he's what I call world champion material.
So the 1 hour race this afternoon, no problem?
Well, it'll be a very tough race, depends on the weather and the pit stops. The pit stops are going to be dramatic because the teams are not used to the equipment. How to change the procedure to change the tires will be very difficult. It's a quite narrow pit row. I mean, there'll be a lot of action here.
Okay, best of luck this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
From pole position to the man in third, New Zealand's Matt Halliday, who's with Sophie Isle.
So Matt, now you've just been out for the sprint race. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. I mean, it was a good race. We just wanted to get a solid result, and third place a good way to start. I just at the start, I mean, I tried to get a good start, but I was on the outside, and Pre-Met stuck right in behind PK, and it was impossible for me to come over. And going around the outside was not an option. So unfortunately, we lost the place off the start, but there was nothing we could do about that. From there, I think the front three of us were very, very close, and there was nothing between us in the race pace, and it was a hard race, and I'm sure the next one will be the same.
So how difficult is it to pass out there?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's okay. I mean, like the three of us were so equal on pace that once we in the first couple of laps established the gap was a couple of seconds between each of us, there was no chance really to close that easily, and we sort of stayed the same. I think when you get a chance behind someone, you've got your push to pass button. So if you get a good run, it shouldn't be too bad.
All right, brilliant. Well, good luck. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Back to Georgie.
Thanks very much indeed, Sophie. A1 Grand Prix now underway. It has one race under its belt. It takes you to all four corners of the globe. The A1 Grand Prix calendar spanning 12 countries and 6 continents. It all gets underway, of course, here in the United Kingdom at Brands Hatch today. Then it's off to Germany and Lausitz on the 9th of October for the second race in the calendar. That's followed by Portugal in Estoril on October the 23rd. Then A1GP goes to Australia on the 6th of November, the Eastern Creek Circuit. That's followed by Malaysia on the 20th of November at the Sepang International Circuit. Then it goes to Dubai on the 11th of December. After the winter break, it comes back on the 15th of January in Indonesia. Then it takes you for a street race to Durban in South Africa on the 29th of January. Brazil follows that on the 12th of February. Then we're off to Mexico on the 26th at the Monterrey Circuit. That's followed by the famous Laguna Seca Circuit in California on March the 19th. And then A1 Grand Prix culminates in China in Shanghai on the 2nd of April. Glamorous series in store, isn't it? Andy, exciting locations all over the globe. How challenging are some of those circuits?
Well, some of these guys are going to be going to brand new circuits. They've got to learn the circuit. They haven't got a lot of time in the car. 3 practice sessions, straight into qualifying, straight into the race. This is when, we've seen this weekend at Brands Hatch some guys familiar with the circuit. They're going to be going to new circuits, new challenges. It's going to be really tough.
There are some pretty exciting times in store with such a variety, though, aren't there, of circuits to look forward to. We've got the twisty street circuits in Durban, the historical circuits of Brands Hatch, and a night race in Dubai.
Yeah, absolutely. Great street circuit, Durban. I think some of these guys are going to be really challenged with these really fast cars in a tight area. That's going to be tough. That's going to be a real challenge. The Dubai circuit is great. Obviously, night race, which is going to be interesting. I think the variety of circuits they've chosen are superb. Some Formula One and some new, which is a great challenge.
One man looking to prove himself later on today because he didn't have a great sprint race is Jos Verstappen. He's with Keith Hewen.
Jos Verstappen, not the way you would like the inaugural A1GP race to go. What's the problem?
Somebody hit me in the back. I mean, I tried to survive through the first 2 corners. Then we came into the third one, everything was right in front of me, and somebody hit me quite hard in the back. I think he forgot to brake, I don't know. But that was the end of my race. And what the worst part is that you have to start now at the back of the next one. For the points, it's definitely not a good start.
You're a very, very experienced driver. Are you surprised at the level of competition that there is in A1GP immediately at the very first round?
It was not a surprise. I saw the people in Paul Ricard when we did the test, saw all the people there. They were very quick, and I knew the level of the drivers. It's very high, and it should be. It's good for the competition. Makes you better, makes everybody better.
A lot of hungry young men out there, and Jos the boss is just a target they would like to get.
Oh, they have.
Okay.
Jos Verstappen's experience unable to count today, Andy.
Yeah, I mean he's probably quite surprised. These young guys, they're not slow, they're very, very fast. They've come out of karting. They've probably had 10 or 12 years experience. They're only 20 years old. They're hungry. Jos has been a top Formula One driver, but these young guys want to beat him, and they're prepared to put everything on the line for that.
It is a level playing field, so how disappointed will he be with that? Because it's not his best showing in front of an army of Netherlands fans here today.
He must be disappointed, but I think he'd be probably more disappointed with yesterday's performance than today. You can't help, other people's driving. If somebody drove into him and took him out the race, I'm sure he'll say that's a racing accident. But yesterday in qualifying, struggled a little bit with the speed, so I'm sure he's more disappointed with that than what's happened today.
Well, every one of the 25 cars that lines up later on this afternoon is identical. It places the emphasis on teams and indeed the drivers. The car doesn't just look good, it does perform too. Andy takes you on a guided tour around the A1 car.
The A1 Grand Prix Series is the first opportunity in any area of motorsport for nations to compete on a level playing field. It is a series where technology has been deliberately equalised, so a country's performance is determined by teamwork and the driver's bravery, skill and excellence. Put very simply, these cars are identical. The concept of this series is that each A1 car is identical. All competing nations have been given 2 of these 520 brake horsepower cars for the 12-round series. When these cars line up on the grid, there will be no clear advantage. It will be the ultimate test for the driver. Performance-wise, the A1 GP car will be bone-shakingly fast. Developed specifically for the A1 series, the 3.4-litre Zytek engine is the lightest of its kind. The teams must not remove, replace, modify or tamper with any of its components. The engine will propel these cars at nearly 200 miles an hour. But one of the most exciting features of this car is that they are equipped with a power boost. At the push of a button, the driver can increase his engine performance by 30 brake horsepower. But, and here's the catch, it can only be used for a limited time during the race. And once that allotted time has been used up, the system is disabled. The question for all teams and drivers is when to use this power boost. To get a quick getaway off the grid, for overtaking, or for a last-minute dash to the finish line. This remains to be seen. Another interesting aspect of the car is its aerodynamics. The rear aerodynamics features have been designed to aid overtaking by creating a larger hole in the air, which will make for easier slipstreaming. So we can expect that drivers will be getting up really close and personal this season, with plenty of wheel-to-wheel pursuits. Now, although teams can't significantly change their car, they can do a bit of tinkering, changing things such as the roll bars and front and rear suspension. And of course, teams can use a different pit strategy, and with the car having a large fuel cell, this may well prove the difference between victory and defeat. Parity between the cars is central to the ethos of the A1 series, and driver aids, gizmos and performance-enhancing devices are nowhere to be seen. These cars are physical, and the drivers will be fighting tooth and nail and to tame the power instantly at their disposal. The unique A1 Grand Prix car is ready to be unveiled to the world.
Well, the sprint race was the first opportunity for teams and drivers to use the car in race conditions. Here's how the drama unfolded.
We get ready for the first ever A1 Grand Prix. It's the sprint race at Brands Hatch, and it's Brazil and New Zealand who are setting the pace as we come around to the start. Nelson Piquet Jr. and Matt Halliday, and we're racing, and look at them, 4 abreast almost as we head towards Paddock Hill Bend, and a good move for France. France comes up into second place. New Zealand is pushed back to third. Oh, and we've got a slide for the Czech car in the middle of the pack, but Brazil leads, France in second, New Zealand in third, Australia in fourth position, and Robbie Kerr of Great Britain is trying to get in there as well.
Great start from Alexander Premat in the second row of the grid. He found space going into Paddock Hill Bend, squeezed out Matt Halliday in Team New Zealand, consolidated second place, but it is Brazil, Nelson Piquet Jr. who's taken the lead, taking full advantage. Scott Speed for Team USA started in 17th place. He's crawling up through the field as he goes into 30s.
And it looks like Jos Verstappen is that...
It is Jos Verstappen. We can't say anything else on the exit of Graham Hill Bend.
Team Netherlands are in trouble already, and all his supporters will be bitterly disappointed if that is him off. I think it probably is. We can see the Indian car coming through. Yes, it's Team Netherlands, it's Jos Verstappen. What a disappointment.
Yes, and that was collision somewhere in the midfield, the part of the track, part of the group of cars that is always, you've got to be so careful in the opening lap. Jos Verstappen, all that experience, he's the driver that gets caught out.
It's Brazil that leads from France and New Zealand. Australia under pressure though from Team GB. and that's the battle to perhaps keep an eye on, because they're very close as they come over the line. But Nelson Piquet Jr., astounding first lap. Look at Great Britain, Robbie Kerr going on the attack, trying to get past Will Power of Australia, and Will Power in the yellow and green car moves to the inside. Robbie Kerr for Great Britain trying to go around the outside at the hairpin. He can't quite make it.
No, he doesn't, and all the drivers have been briefed by race director, warned that they are allowed to make one blocking move, but once they made that move, they must not yet again go across the track and a second attempt to block a driver. Robbie Kerr on the tail of Team Australia. He's got another opportunity. Maybe he can get into the slipstream of Team Australia. Looks to me like it's a little bit too far ahead of him.
Well, he's going to have a look, isn't he, as they head up towards Hawthorns. And look, there's another pass possible going on. Portugal there on the move, I think, with Pakistan and Ireland as well, putting some pressure on.
Yes, putting pressure on Neil Johnny and the Team Switzerland. So Ireland and Switzerland battling. They're down in 9th and 10th position.
Brazil leads from France, New Zealand and Australia. Oh, there was a bit of a slide on the outside of Sheen Kerr from somebody there. Hopefully they made it through. Under the bridge they come once again. Brazil, France, New Zealand, Australia pulled away a little bit from Team GB on that last lap. Then it's Mexico, Portugal, and then we've got Pakistan in there as well. Team Ireland still involved in a great race with Switzerland.
Yes, Switzerland and Ireland really disputing that 9th place. And Michael Devaney pushing very, very hard. The more experienced single-seater driver, Neil Johnny, in the Team Switzerland entry.
On board with Team GB, Robbie Kerr in the red, white and blue Team GB entry down the hill. He's dropped back a little bit now from the Australian car. Will Power, who has experience of racing this Brands Hatch circuit. Oh, and into the pits has come South Africa. Stephen Simpson into the pits. We've already seen Team Holland in the pits, and that's 2 cars.
We wonder maybe about that. Were those the 2 cars that had the collision? Because it happened somewhere in midfield, and South Africa and Netherlands were on the 7th row of the grid.
Let me tell you that Team USA might have started in 17th place, but they're already up to 11th position. So Scott Speed is flying. He made some good moves on that opening lap. There you can see the order. Pakistan doing a fantastic job. Adam Khan for Pakistan running in 7th place. He's ahead of the new British F3 champion Alvaro Parent, driving for Team Portugal, of course, and then Switzerland and Team Ireland in the top 10. 11 laps remain in the sprint race of the A1 GP event here at Brands Hatch, the first ever A1 Grand Prix. And there you can see that Team Malaysia have a little race on their hands with Germany. In the Malaysian car it's Faraz Fauzi, and in the German car it's Timo Scheider. Battle there for a position that is for 13th. Malaysia in 13th place, Germany in 14th position. India running in 15th place at the moment, and that's a reasonably good progress for India. They've had some problems throughout the 2 practice days, but made progress. Karan Chanduk in the opening laps. Coming out of clearways they come now, and it's still Brazil that leads. 10 laps to go. Yep, there we are with the onboard view, and just must make a quick correction. I said South Africa were out. In fact, they're not. They made a pit stop earlier in this race, but they are still running. So South Africa running in 24th place for Stephen Simpson.
And a little error coming out again out of that pedicle bend. You saw the Team Malaysia car get a little bit sideways, and the tail kicked out. Timo Scheider, we're on board with Timo Scheider as he comes through Graham Hill Bend. That's the tight left-hander that leads on to the bottom of the circuit. Also Scheider beginning to look, he's looking impatient. He thinks he can get past. We've got, of course, Faraz Fauzi driving the Team Malaysia entry. It is not Alex Young who qualified this car and also who did the morning warm-up.
That's right, which is an interesting decision, but Faraz Fauzi does have experience of the British race circuits from F3. Now Italy have been on the move here, and Toccacello got alongside Sean McIntosh, and there was nothing the Canadian could do.
He squeezed him, but he gave him racing room. He got as close as he could get without a collision, but he got through and let Toccacello go. He knew that by getting Toccacello alongside into Pedicle Bend, he had no option. He couldn't go around the outside along with him.
So Italy gain a place, but they're still way down the order after that rather poor start on the rolling start. They didn't get away well. So Toccacello has plenty more to do if he's to have a good run going here. And then as we look here, there is Team Ireland. Now, behind them, Team USA, Scott Speed hasn't been able to close up as much. Then there are 4 laps to go. He ought to be able to hold on to this quite comfortably. He's used to running slightly longer distance races now. This won't be a problem to him. There's the gap back to Australia. A little bit lonely now, Australia, after having a good run-in with Team GB. There is Robbie Kerr now. He's not quite able to keep up. Then there's a little gap back to Mexico, Pakistan and Portugal. They're followed by Switzerland and Ireland. And then it's USA, Japan, Malaysia, Germany flashing through the picture as well. And that's how they lie at the moment in the top 12. Three laps to go in the sprint race. Take a look at this.
Well, Czech Republic and Canada there having a battle. You saw that the Czech Republic had a problem with the start. Jan Charus had to be pushed start, but he makes a clean pass on Sean McIntosh in the Team Canada entry.
Yes, and Sean McIntosh, having made the step up from Formula Renault, maybe just finding in the latter stages of this race it's all getting a bit harder work physically, and that's where we might see them begin to struggle for pace.
And also, of course, these cars, as the tyres wear, the grip may go away. It could be at the front of the car, it could be at the back of the car. If it's the rear grip that may be giving up for Sean McIntosh, then the car's going to want to oversteer an awful lot. And on a circuit like Brands Hatch, which is totally about confidence in yourself and the car, if you've got an oversteering car, then you'll not be quick. That was the problem Scott Speed, who just went out of picture there in Team USA, faced in qualifying. He had no confidence whatsoever.
There is the Australian car, Team GB, not far behind, but not close enough to challenge. Then it's Mexico, Salvador Duran being a star. So is Adam Khan for Pakistan. He's keeping the British Formula 3 champion behind him, Alvaro Parente of Portugal. He's been racing in the UK, but the Portuguese driver being hindered by Team Pakistan, but in a perfectly fair and open way. He just can't find a way past at the moment. And Karan Chanduk for Team India there, heading up into Druids, currently running in 15th place.
The key to this race is also your starting grid position for the feature race. And many drivers who are maybe worrying, for example, Neil Yanni, Team Switzerland, 9th place, Michael Devaney, 10th place, Scott Speed, 11th place. They're going to be right in the heart of the grid for the start of the 36-lap feature race. They'll not want to be there. They will want to be where Nelson Piquet Jr. is for Team Brazil.
Yeah, but it's going to be a very different kettle of fish in that feature race. It's a long race. They've got a pit stop to put in, and there are different rules regarding that pit stop that we'll be looking at later on. It could make life very, very exciting. Brazil onto the final lap now, and it looks as though it is going to be Nelson Piquet Jr. who will take the first win in A1 GP for Brazil. France running in second. He could get held up a little bit here, though.
Yes, he's got to be careful because the Team Russia entry and with Alexei Vasiliev in the car, Piquet's got to be careful. He does a good move down the inside into Surtees. Vasiliev saw the car coming. He stayed way to the right, lets Piquet get through. Maybe loses a couple of tenths of a second a lap, but that's what's important. It's better to lose 2 tenths of a second than lose the lead of the race.
He's still got that lead very comfortably. France in second place. There is New Zealand in third position. It's still a great run for Matt Halliday.
But these two cars, second and third, have got to get past Team Russia and Alexei Vasiliev. Vasiliev pulls over to the left. That's Team France through. That's Team New Zealand through. But look how much the gap has closed down as they come into Sheen Curve.
Yeah, there is an opportunity for New Zealand, perhaps. I don't think it's going to be enough time because they've only got the run down towards Clearways and Clark Curve. And history is going to be made by Brazil. Brazil are going to take the first win of A1 GP. It's Nelson Piquet Jr. who takes victory from pole position. An absolutely dominant win on the track where his father won in 1983. Nelson Piquet Jr. wins for Brazil. France takes second, New Zealand third, Australia come home in fourth place. And Emerson Fittipaldi, the twice world champion, is now watching Brazil storming to the top of the motorsport stage once again in this all-new format of racing.
So the finishing order for the sprint race, meaning they'll line up like this for the feature. Brazil on pole, France second after that impressive start, New Zealand in third, Australia fourth, GB and Robbie Kerr are fifth. Ireland will be lining up in 10th spot with Michael Devaney taking that place. USA in 11th, Scott Speed managing to move up 6 places from 17th on the starting grid. So Brazil in pole, a good day for Nelson Piquet Jr., so too for his father. He's with Keith Kewen.
Nelson Piquet Sr., very nice to see you here at Brands Hatch. Your son is very fast today.
Well, I'm very happy. Not much I can say.
Team Brazil, the usual style, looking very, very good. Both you and Emerson Fittipaldi here today to give full support to your son. What's he like as a son?
Wow, Nelson is doing very well in motor racing. You know, he won in go-kart, Formula 3. Well, and I hope very soon he will be in the Formula 1.
Are you a very proud father?
Oh yes, for sure.
The A1 GP class, when you first looked at this as a series for your son, is it as you expected? Is it as good as you expected, or is it better?
Well, Nelson's been very tough. You know, he won more than 70 races already. You know, he's very experienced and very aggressive. You know, I think he's much better than I was.
Nobody listens too much to statistics, but you starting on pole position in the last Formula 1 Grand Prix here, he starts on pole position and wins the first ever A1 Grand Prix class race. I mean, it's Brazil at Brands Hatch.
Wow, make me very happy, you know, it's nothing, it's unbelievable.
Very nice to see you here. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
No doubt the question that the other teams will be asking down there in the pits and that we're asking up here in the studio is, Andy, can anyone beat Nelson Piquet Jr. in the feature race to come?
On race pace, no, I would say, but the strategy in the feature race is crucial, and also overtaking in traffic. We saw in the last race that France really lost a lot of time on the last lap trying to overtake Russia. So there's still a lot up for grabs, and you'll see today anything can happen.
Okay, well, we will find out next. Coming up, we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll be down on the grids as the drivers get ready for the feature race.
October on Sky Sports. More big games from the Premiership, including Liverpool v Chelsea and Everton v Chelsea.
As always, Sky Sports is the only place to see all the drama unfold.
On the road to Germany, it's the deciding round of World Cup qualifiers.
Absolutely wonderful.
The UEFA Champions League Matchday 3, including Real Madrid, Rangers, Chelsea and Liverpool.
Fantastic finale.
October on Sky Sports.
Get ready for Citroen's best ever value. The new C4 from just $9,595. And the Zara Picasso from just $9,995. Now both available with typical 0% APR with 35% deposit. Citroen, pushing value to the limit.
Prepare to strut your stuff to see
Get it done. Out of your league.
the Brit Feel Good Movie of the Year. From the makers of Calendar Girls.
But you look alright in them, sweetheart.
Comes a new comedy for all walks of life.
You'll never get blokes like me to wear them.
Oh, Kinky Boots.
New Boss Skincare. You can feel it, others can see it. Boss Skin, the new skincare range.
ING Direct gives everyone 4.75% on their savings. And there really are no catches. That's why 98% of our customers are happy to recommend us. Call now or go online. ING Direct. It's your money we're saving.
Experience a softer world. club world's softest ever bed.
Yeah, well, any minute now, actually. In fact, I should really, what's that? You're kidding. $14.99. Look, I really ought to. Tiscali broadband for just $14.99 a month. What? You get a free modem and free connection.
For unlimited broadband for just $14.99, call Tiscali now on 0800 107 9000.
It's a miracle. I know. Broadband for $14.99.
Don't you recognize me? I am you 50 years from now. You know, you'll see and do some amazing things in your life. You're going to travel far across time, space, and there are people who will help to organize your life. They'll play a big part in your future. Ah, Victor, you know you're gonna have a good life. I'm sorry, a big nose.
Well, it's been a long day for Strahan. What a lovely shot!
Forget your right guard. Let's start again. Start every day with an upward spray of Right Guard Total Protection. Its time-released odour protection will never let you down. Right Guard Total Protection. Start right, end right.
They're certainly setting up to the starting grid. It looks like this for the feature race at 3. Brazil on pole once more. France in second after their impressive start. New Zealand third. Will Power in the Australian car in fourth. Robbie Kerr lines up in fifth for a second time this afternoon. Ireland in 10th with Michael Devaney in the driving seat there. The USA and Scott Speed moving up to 6th places from 17th after what was a pretty tricky start from him. And a whole host of others lining up there at the back of the grid. They could cause a problem or two. We shall find out in just under 10 minutes' time. These live pictures on the grid as it looks at the moment. Sophie Ahl has been catching up with Robbie Kerr.
So, Robbie, final round now, feature race. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, just got to see how the start goes and get ourselves in the right position to move forward.
And what about passing opportunities? I mean, it's a very difficult track, this. What's the possibility?
Obviously, the first lap's going to be the best opportunity, but you got to remember the race is an hour long, so you can see from there.
And everyone wants to know about the power boost button because it's an amazing kind of feat of ingenuity. What's your plans on that one?
Just got to see how things plan out, and then we can work on the power boost from that point. Use it to help out, pull up to people, and even overtake.
And what's your thoughts? What's running through your head right now as you sit in this cockpit?
Why are they interviewing me?
All right, I'll leave you then. Thank you very much, Roy. Thanks.
Nelson Piquet 6, expectantly, impatiently on pole position at the moment. Where's the main challenge coming from? Well, possibly from the French team that's alongside me now. Jean-Paul Driot, you are the head of dams along with René Arnoux originally. The French are looking very strong here, but Nelsinho, can you beat him?
Yeah, I think that in the second race, you know, we have a standing still start, so which is more important and where you have more possibilities to do to overtake. And secondly, which is the most important, there is a pit stop where we change 4 wheels, and these wheels are very heavy. We have to come out from the pit, the garage, in order to come and change. And I think the race might be won in the pit today.
Okay, well, we'll be keeping an eye on that. Thank you very much, Jean-Paul. Well, the French are obviously on second place on the grid as it is at the moment, but the big deal is whether Matt Halliday can actually repay the compliment down into turn 1, as the French did. Hello, Australia, as they wander through. Now then, Matt Halliday, if we can get very, very, very quick word with you. Matt, are you nervous?
No, no problem. Yeah, the last race was good. Hopefully we can get a good start and have a good race.
Looking to repay the compliment to Team France into turn 1?
Yeah, I mean, it's all of our first starts with these cars from a standing start, so it's going to be a little bit whoever gets the good start, but yeah, hopefully that'll be us.
Best of luck, Matt Halliday and Team New Zealand, of course, from the third place on the grid. And if we move very quickly, come on, Murph, keep up with me as we go to Team Australia up here at the moment now. Team Australia, Will Power just looking a little bit nervous now. I know he likes to focus on what he's doing, so I won't be speaking with him in the cockpit. I spoke with Alan Dockin earlier on in the day, and Alan Dockin's at the back of the car. If we can have a quick word with him. We'll run round this way. Alan, if I can have a quick word with you, please, sir, before we get chucked off the grid here. Journalists, you know what they're like. Will Power, what kind of frame of mind is he in?
Oh, spot on. He's ready for it. We're all ready for it. And it's going to be an exciting race.
This concept is brilliant. Of course, up the inside of you are your nemesis, really, isn't it? Great Britain are always trying to beat Australia at everything we do nowadays. We heard from the Minister of Sport earlier on. He's quite keen for them to do it as well.
Oh, yes, yeah, we're there. And, you know, with the cricket just passed, we've got Robbie just sitting over there. We're up for it.
So what's the story with the car? What have you changed for this longer race?
Just really long, more fuel, a couple of little subtle settings, and that's about all.
Where do you see the main threats coming from here today?
The pit stops. The pit stop is going to be our biggest problem. Getting the car into the pits, change tyres out again is going to be the biggest handicap. The rest of it, it'll just take its course.
Huge crowd behind you. I mean, it's one of these situations where a lot of these drivers have never actually experienced a crowd or an atmosphere quite like this. They're very young, and this is the biggest crowd I think they've played in front of.
They're doing a good job of that. You know, the first race, it went very well. There was no real nasties, so I think it's going to be another good one.
Thank you very much. Good for Team Australia. Alan Dockin in charge there. As we look into my left, it is Robbie Kerr, of course. We are about to be thrown off of the grid at the moment. And this is young Duran, the Mexican driver. A superb drive from him in first race, 6th place. We're going to be keeping an eye on the Mexicans as well. The World Cup of Motorsport is about to get underway again. We're going to get chucked off the grid, so I think we better go back to Georgie.
Keith, thanks very much indeed. Keith mentioning the Sports Minister Richard Cabourn, who has turned up to see events unfold today. Earlier he caught up with Sophie Arle.
Well, we're standing here on the grid today with Brian Sims, Marketing Director of Team Great Britain, and his very good friend, Richard Cabourn, Ministry of Sport. Are you enjoying yourself here today?
Well, very much so. It's a fantastic day for Britain. You know, all these cars are manufactured in the UK, so it's really good for British manufacturing as well as British sport, and hopefully, who knows, we may get another win, beat the Australians yet again. It's great. So, and the French. But no, it's fantastic for sport. And it links us between the summer and winter, and I hope that sports, and I hope that's going to continue. But I say it's a great platform for sports, a great platform for Britain in terms of manufacturing. So credit due to these guys. This guy's done a fantastic job for us as well.
And Brian, indeed. Your thoughts on Robbie today?
Well, he's got a tremendous task out there, hasn't he? I mean, everybody thought this was going to maybe be a one-horse series with one man out the front. The reality is there are 25 cars out there, almost any one of which could win this race. Robbie is just so excited, and as is the rest of the team, and we just hope that it's going to be a tremendous race for these incredible crowds. Just fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And indeed, now we've got the Olympics as well. So hosting something like this, the first round of the inaugural A1 series, is absolutely amazing. Nation against nation. What's your thoughts on that then?
Well, very much so. I think it's a whole new innovation into motor race. There's no doubt about that. And you know, it's about the driver and not so much the car. The car's obviously important, but the driver will make all the difference. Whoever wins this can actually, I think, truly say that he's the best driver. So in that sense, it's brought a whole new dimension, I think, to motor racing. And as I say, for you say here, we've just won the Olympics. It's a fantastic platform for yet again to promote Britain and British industry.
Brian, you said, as you said, like potentially it was going to be a one-horse race, but who is Robbie's main competitors out here? Do you think it is Brazil and France? Obviously, they're up at the front now, or is there anyone at the back that, you know, the underdog that we should be watching out for?
I think watch out for the American team. I think they're going to be very fast. I think Australia are going to be quick. Nelson Piquet Jr. I mean, it makes you feel old, doesn't it, watching all these youngsters coming through. But the one message I would say here is, please, British companies, get behind us, because this is a fantastic opportunity for you, and don't let us down.
We've got a massive crowd here. Of course, the whole nation's behind Robbie today, so good luck and fingers crossed. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The car's now on their green flag lap, except there has been one that has stalled, and it's Team New Zealand with Matt Halliday, Andy.
Yeah, that is disappointing. Matt is now going to have to form up on the back of the grid for this start, but the good news is there's nobody in front of Robbie Kerr now, so he's got a really good opportunity to run off the line into the first corner.
There are obvious differences between the sprint race that we saw earlier and this, the feature race. But exactly what will come into play this afternoon in this, the feature race?
Well, we're on the green flag lap now. These guys are going to form up on the grid. A standing start, 550 brake horsepower, no traction control. They're going to want to make a good getaway. It's going to be easy to spin the rear tyres up and sit on the grid. So there could be some really serious overtaking opportunities into the first corner.
How important is the team element going to be in this, the feature race? How important is their role going to be, bearing in mind we now have pit stops to think about?
Yeah, pit stops, strategy, safety car, back markers, when do you pull the guys in? I think that the pit stop, as you can see, the tyres are very heavy, very, very big. They're going to have to manually pick these cars up. There's going to be some errors in the pit lane today. These teams are really new to these cars, and I would say that there's going to be some really serious strategy involved in overtaking and pit lane strategy.
So the talking is over, time for the driving to begin. We are moments away from the feature race in A1 Grand Prix. Commentary comes from John Watson and Ben Edwards.
He's going to have to start from the pits, and that's assuming they can get the car back to his garage, which is fairly early down, or probably about the middle of the pit lane. But of course the field making its way around the final corner. That's for Piquet as he comes through Clearways and Clark Curve, just getting that final moment of trying to get some energy and heat into not just the surface of the tyre, but into the whole tyre carcass. With surface heat in the tyre doesn't always relate to grip. It's getting the entire tyre itself up to heat. Alexander Pinnock doing a very similar thing as he brings his car up onto that second position on the grid. And now the wait for those in the front row while the rest of the field make their way, and that wait is interminable. You sit there in your car in the pole position wondering what is happening, why are they taking so long? And it's a slow formation as the cars take up the positions midfield.
There is the car of New Zealand. It is fired up, it is running. He'll have to start from the pit lane once they get this race underway. Once the last car has passed the pit lane, he'll be allowed out, but it's going to be him and Jos Verstappen desperately trying to make up some places. But what a race we therefore have in prospect. And the gap in the grid as well. The camber on this grid is unique as well, and that's something that Piquet will have to deal with from pole position. We're all set to go racing in the feature race, the second race of A1 GP, and it's a terrible start for France. France stalls on the grid, and it's Piquet for Brazil who gets away. Australia making a brilliant start. Will Power up into second place. Robbie Kerr of Team GB trying to reclaim third as they head up towards the hairpin, but he lost out, and he has been squeezed out. And we've got a car off. I think we've got a car off into the gravel. Yes, it's there is. Indonesian car, I think.
Yes, a bit of collision going into Druids, and their disappointment again. We don't know why. We've had two cars. I've sold three cars now. It's done troubles. Pakistan was one of the cars there. So collision in Graham Hill Bend. So all the calm and collected sort of common sense that we saw in the sprint race at the standing start race, it's all gone pear-shaped.
Yes, I think it may well have been the island entry actually that was in trouble there. There was obviously a contact. That was the corner that Verstappen had trouble at as well. And it's all, look at them all trying to jostle for position in the middle of that as well. You could see bits of cover on the other corner. Look at it. Portugal at the front of this queue.
Jos Verstappen and Team Netherlands directly behind the Czech Republic. Now these drivers have been warned by race director not under any circumstances if they make a blocking move to go back. A car has gone off in Sheen Corner. There's blue smoke, and there, and it is the Lebanese contact goes right across the front of four cars. Luckily they were well sighted, they saw what was happening, and what a scary moment there.
Well, it's Brazil that leads. Nelson Piquet, Australia second, Mexico third, Portugal fourth, and Robbie Kerr has lost out on that first lap. Great Britain back in fifth, Pakistan sixth, Italy are in seventh place. Enrico Toccacello's come up to seventh, Malaysia is eighth, and pulling off, we've got another one.
Well, that contact down in Graham Hill Bend was with Team Ireland. It may well have been with also Team Switzerland, because they've dropped right back all the way down to 19th place.
Well, it's been a dramatic opening lap, and it's handed a huge lead to Nelson Piquet. There was a big slide for Mexico. Salvador Duran, as he headed up out of Surtees. I think that was Portugal. It was Portugal. Fourth place car is out of the race.
Well, we don't know. We didn't see any contact, but that right front wheel looks like it's got a little bit more through in than the left wheel has, so there's been contact somewhere. But for Nelson Piquet, Team Brazil, he's up and running. He's got a 2.1 second advantage at the end of the first lap, and it's more than doubled now with Team Australia in second place, Mexico third, Portugal fourth, GB fifth. Portugal's out, of course. GB is now fourth, and Italy in fifth.
Oh, we've got another one. That's the Czech driver as he turned into Sheen Curve. The back end got away from him.
Oh, it's all action at Brands Hatch. That was another scary moment we saw. The Lebanon Khalil Bashir go off there in the opening lap.
Well, look at this as the leaders come across the line once again. It's Brazil, Australia, Great Britain have now come up into third place as a result of Portugal's misfortunes. Germany there chasing after Japan. Japan in seventh place, Germany eighth. And would you believe that Jos Verstappen is up to ninth position already?
Well, he had to be very patient. You could see him being the opposite. He just couldn't wait to get through as Timo Scheider tries to dive down the side of Ria Fukuda as they come into Graham Hill Bend. Not a place to pass, but a pass coming. Fukuda, he blocks. Scheider goes the long way around, but he's got no chance. There's not enough ground between that block and getting into Surtees to make a pass. But Scheider all over and now alongside Fukuda, Team Japan. But no more moving, no more weaving. That's a good pass. Well done, Timo Scheider, Team Germany.
I bet he must have used the power boost there, because he got a great run past the Japanese driver, and that's where the power boost button can really help, as Scheider now has moved up into seventh place for Germany. Germany up into seventh. That's a good effort from them. Italy keeping the pressure here on Pakistan. The blue car is the Italian car, remember. Ahead of them, the green and silver colours of Team Pakistan. Adam Khan, who did such a brilliant job in that first race.
And of course, Team Italy and Toccacello have got so much more experience than Adam Khan and Team Pakistan. But Pakistan, they've done a stunning job in really almost, one would say, the star so far of the weekend. Toccacello looks up the inside going into Paddock Hill Bend, but the door is slammed very, very assertively indeed by Team Pakistan on Team Italy.
Yeah, that was good, hard racing between them. Behind them, Malaysia run in sixth place. Germany is seventh. Bit of a slide there from Khan as he came out of the hairpin. But Malaysia's got to be watching out. And there was a bit of smoke there as well as they went down into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. This is a replay of that move.
Yes, Toccacello, he gets virtually alongside, but under braking just has to yield because Pakistan says, I'm not giving up my corner. And Toccacello, the back of the car, did get loose on the exit. That's the reason why he's dropped back that maybe second or so compared to where he was going into Paddock Hill Bend.
Interesting to note that some of the teams have decided to do a pit stop early. New Zealand has made a pit stop already. So Matt Halliday, who ended up starting from the pit lane, a bit of tactical work there, and he has made an early pit stop to try and get some clear running in the early stages of this race. There's no doubt about this man getting some clear running. Brazil lead once again. It's Nelson Piquet Jr. with a 3.8 second advantage over Australia in second place. And then in third, it's Team GB, and he's being urged on by the fans here at Brands Hatch.
Well, he's got a great opportunity. First of all, assuming he can stay in third place, he'll be on the podium, but he's pushing very hard willpower on Team Australia as we go back to Team Malaysia. Alex Young, Team Germany, Schneider in the car. No difference going through Paddock Hill Bend, looking to maybe close down a little bit under braking. Team Malaysia under braking looked a little bit unstable. Well, the run down Graham Hill into Graham Hill Bend. Easy to overrun on the exit. Just watch Team Malaysia, but a good exit. The experience of Alex Young sees him through the exit, no problem.
Yeah, but there's he leaves the door open. It's not a big enough gap for Scheider, who was racing in the FIA GT Championship. Now it's a pit stop for Team China. See how it's one person per wheel.
And it's quite difficult. You can see that jack not maybe as long as you might think to get some of the leverage to lift that car front and rear. Now the jack's down, but the right rear wheel has not been fixed. There's problem on the right rear wheel.
And on the front left wheel too, yes. So it's a slow pit stop for China. It's always going to be a slower pit stop than we see in some other forms of racing because they're only allowed one person on each wheel. There's not a whole team of people allowed to touch the car.
And this is the Astra Amiga team, a very, very experienced team in single-seater racing, but not necessarily with having to make a mandatory pit stop in a race.
You can see that Australia and Great Britain are looking closer and closer in the race for second, and here is Germany, 7th position for Germany at the moment, behind Alex Young for Malaysia.
And they're just behind Italy and Pakistan. There you see those 4 cars, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Scheider looking to find a way. Young runs slightly wide on the exit of the corner, but no advantage gained by Germany.
No, so it's back down the hill once again and through the left-hander. This is where he might get a bit of a run, has a little look at the inside of the Malaysian team entry, but Alex Young's not going to open the door. Now this is where Scheider was able to get a great run. This time not so much, and perhaps Alex Young was wary of that and got a good exit. We've got the United States.
Yes.
I don't think that was for position change though, because he's down in 19th position. China come out just after their pit stop. The United States has also made its pit stop, which is interesting. So Scott Speed has already done his pit stop. There was Italy trying to squeeze through there. Italy running 5th, remember, still behind Team Pakistan in the green and silver colours.
So the gap between Pakistan in 4th place and Germany in 7th place. You can see the cars covered by 2 seconds. As they make their way past Team China, China staying well out of the way. A good job by Tang Yizhang.
Germany into the pits, so it's time for their pit stop. It's a tyre change, presumably the standard obligatory tyre change that Timo Scheider brings the car in for. Brazil still lead this race from Australia and Great Britain, and it's a very close battle shaping up, I think, between Australia and Great Britain. You saw there for Jos Verstappen in the Netherlands, he's in 7th place now.
Well, what you normally get is when you get cars battling for position, as we got with 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, quite often you actually are slowing yourselves down, and what it's doing is allowing Jos Verstappen Team Netherlands to close up to the back of, or get close to the back of Malaysia.
Now this is the race for second place between Australia and Great Britain. It is close, and Will Power driving for Australia, Robbie Kerr driving for Team GB. There's only about a car length between them, as you can see, and he's into the dirty air, but can he now find a way past?
And also the changes that were made to Robbie Kerr's car to give it a little bit more compliance, to make the back end of the car more stable. That'll give him confidence, that'll give him the ability to push into a corner, to throw the car in the corner, get on the power, and know that the back end's not going to snap away from him. Look how far he ran at the exit of Clearways through Clark Curve.
Well, Robbie could not need more support than he has here at Brands Hatch today for Team GB on their home circuit. Can he take advantage of that support? Through Paddock Hill Bend up towards the hairpin at Druids, and he tucks in close behind the Australian car. But Will Power is a very fast driver, and he knows the business here. We're in the early stages of this race. 7 laps have been completed. There's a long way to go.
Yes, Robbie Kerr getting a little bit out of shape on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, pushing very hard, trying to put pressure on Will Power, but Will Power and Team Australia looks to me to have, well, it's almost a belligerence. He says, I don't care who's behind me, be it Team GB or whoever. I am in 2nd place. I'm going to control my place. If you want to pass me, you're going to have to work your way around me. I'm not going to give it up. But it's through Hawthorns that again, you see Robbie Kerr close back up to the back of the Team Australia entry.
I tell you what, if he manages to get past Australia, the cheer here will be immense. But remember, they both have to do their pit stops. So will he try and take advantage in the pit stops? If he doesn't get through on the road, he may well then wait, or not really wait, but just hope that in the pit stop he'll take advantage.
Interesting, Will Power coming into Clearways, already beginning to feel that pressure. I thought he wasn't responding to it. Well, he did. He moved his car from the left of track to the centre of track, coming down the pit straight here at Brands Hatch on the left, on the right hand side, then moves over very late. Robbie Kerr gets it sideways on the curb as he comes out of Paddock Hill Bend, but still almost under the rear wing of Team Australia.
Helmet colours reminiscent of Nigel Mansell's helmet colours, aren't they, on Robbie Kerr's crash helmet, and he needs a Mansell-like move to get past, but he's lost a bit of ground there as Pakistan there made a little mistake and allowed Italy to get closer. Pakistan is 4th at the moment, with some of the pit stops still to, some people have had pit stops, but most haven't yet. and Pakistan fourth. Ooh, a little puff of dust from Malaysia.
Yes, just a little bit of a lock-up. There is a little bit of, looks like, powder on the racetrack at that point, but Alex Chung now in 6th place, running behind this battle for 4th, 5th and 6th.
Replay of this moment that Robbie Kerr had a moment to go and he got over that curve.
It actually looked worse from the outside than it probably felt on the inside, but that's frequently the case. And Robbie Kerr running right under the rear wing, and maybe he lost marginal amount of downforce by running that close to another car, and that's part of the attraction of this Formula. There is not the level of downforce that you get in Formula One. These cars, you have to be aware that if you get under the rear wing of another car, you're going to take air off yourself, and that will also have an effect on the back of the car.
We're on board with Brazil, leading this race by 8.5 seconds. It's a big advantage, but now getting into the back markers, the lap traffic. Also, let me tell you that Mexico, who were right up in the front order in the early stages, they've gone for an early pit stop. So Team Mexico currently down in 13th. They are ahead of New Zealand, and they've gone for the early pit stop. So don't forget Team Mexico here. They should be in good shape, even if they're down in 13th place currently. The order: Brazil, Australia, Great Britain. We're looking at that battle for second. It's Pakistan in 4th, Italy in 5th, and in the pits is Team American. It's not just a tyre change.
No, this is the second stop. They're taking off the little hatch above the cockpit. That's where the front suspension is located. And I think it's just a very unhappy. A new nose also has gone onto Scott's speed, so whether the problem was a collision or whether it's something to do with the handling of the car, but that is not the normal nose that car would run with, and there's not an awful lot of energy going on in that DPR garage. Scott Speed once again fires the engine up, and it's been a disastrous weekend so far for Team USA. They've been very disappointed. Even that 11th place in the sprint race is not going to make up for the disappointment of qualification and now what we're seeing in the feature race.
That's right, John. They will go away, lick their wounds, and come back another day into the pits. Right, Italy and Malaysia both in at exactly the same time, and this is the race that is going on for 5th, and it was going on for 5th, but as they come in now, which of them will emerge ahead?
So there we see the teams running out. They cannot come out until the cars come to a standstill.
That's
Italian
right.
team, so they off come the wheels, and then on goes the wheel. There's only 4 people allowed to work on the wheel change, plus the 2 jackmen. You've got helpers who can take away the tyres on that left-hand side of the car to prevent them rolling out into the pit lane. So it looks a pretty good stop from Team Italy. They seem to have gained an advantage in terms of time. As we look at Malaysia, there's a problem with Malaysia. That again, that right rear, now it's been finally locked up, but the gap that was between Malaysia and Italy has opened up by about 3 or 4 seconds.
So a good move for Team Italy there, and Kinzani's team doing a fantastic job of getting him out. It's a longish stop, as you can see from that experience, because of the limit of numbers of people who can change the wheels. They're big wheels to remove as well, and if one guy's got to do that, it's not an easy task. But Brazil lead this race. Nelson Piquet Jr. is in charge.
And Nelson Piquet very much in charge with 10 seconds advantage.
Down the hill, and Brazil still with a healthy lead then over Australia. Great Britain in 3rd place. In 4th, it's Pakistan. In 5th, it's the Netherlands. Then it's Canada, South Africa, the Czech Republic, although they've just swapped round actually, as we look here at Pakistan, trying to get past Indonesia.
Yes, and sort of he wasn't quite sure whether Indonesia was going to yield or not. Now dives down the inside of Graham Hill Bend, and again Indonesia just swoops across the front. So Adam Khan needs to be a little bit patient, because he's got Jos Verstappen and the Netherlands team directly behind him, and that's a battle for position for 4th place between Pakistan and again the back end of both cars stepping out. So we're seeing, as we get into this race, some 27 laps to go, that already the back end of cars is beginning to let go and one wide.
My mistake there, John. I'm calling that wrong. It's actually the Austrian car ahead of them, but he is a lap down. So that's Matthias Lauda who's getting in their way a little bit and allowing Jos Verstappen to close right up. So Team Austria, they're currently running down in 17th place, whereas you've got the battle between Pakistan and the Netherlands behind, and they're racing for 4th position currently.
And there's a good battle going on here with Canada, the Czech Republic and South Africa, as we once again go back and look at that particular one locks up the left front, and how they didn't touch, I'm amazed. But Adam Khan's maybe just got to calm down momentarily. He's got the pace, he's got the speed to get past, but he's got to be careful where he chooses to do it. One touch or clip of a rear wheel will see his nose being damaged and having to make a pit stop.
So yes, they got away with that, but he's going to have to try a bit harder. And we're seeing one or two more coming into the pits. Pakistan has headed into the pits. The Netherlands team entry has also come into the pits. So one or two more cars deciding to use this section of the race to make their pit stops. But no sign of a pit stop from the top three drivers as yet.
No, and it'll be very interesting to see how the Pakistan and the Netherlands carry out those pit stops, because Netherlands was right on the gearbox of Pakistan going into the pit lane, and it will be then down just to the two teams to who can get the other car out quicker.
So heading out towards, and there we are, their confirmation.
That's what we want to see.
The Netherlands in the pits ahead of Team Pakistan.
And there's work going on the front of the car. Was that an adjustment to the front wing? And as Team Netherlands have gained the advantage, Jos Verstappen has overtaken through a quicker, slicker pit stop. Team Pakistan, they're still working around that left rear on the car and wondering, I don't even know whether that's the wheel that should be on the car going on, or they're just going to leave it, they can't get it off. There has been a little bit of a problem with some of the cars, that the wheels, when they heat, the difference in heat of the materials, that they've had difficulty getting those off. So maybe that's the cause of that disappointing pit stop for Team Pakistan.
Well, I should think Brazil will look at those pictures and be a little nervous, John, because Brazil are yet to make their stop. If they have a problem like that on a wheel change, despite the big lead that they have here, it could all be eradicated by a problem like that. So they're not going to think that this one's all over yet. There is the battle for second between Australia and Team GB, and of course their pit stops are going to be absolutely crucial. They're so close on track that even the slightest mistake in the pit stop could change the order.
Well, the question is, do you follow one another in, or do you then take the opportunity of having maybe clear air ahead of you and try and get a couple of laps in where you can pick up 1 or 2 or 3 seconds? But of course, in this kind of pit stop where you're doing it totally manually, there's so many factors that can go. Oh, look, a massive, that's Jos Verstappen.
We've got a big
and Team Italy, a big shot of Paddock Hill Bend, as we see a car, and we think that was the Team Holland car along with the Team Italy car. Must have been a collision.
I think
no, it's not. It's not. It's Team Italy
car.
It may be the Lebanon car
with
Khalil Bashir.
Yep. Khalil Bashir and Enrico Toccacello have made contact there at Paddock Hill Bend.
And this will see, I think, the safety car being put out onto the racetrack. Toccacello completely unhurt. The car of Bashir, we saw a barrel rolling and coming to a standstill, we believe.
Now this could give a great chance to Brazil, Australia and Great Britain to make their pit stops behind the safety car. If the safety car comes out, which it does, the safety car is on circuit, and this will give an opportunity to teams who have not stopped.
I think you've got no choice. You've got to make the pit stop now. You cannot sit up behind the safety car while your competitors, and there the cars in the background not obeying the yellow flag. This car is a Team China, I'm not quite sure, I think it might have been. He came around Paddock too quickly when the safety car was going across the track, and with waved yellow flags in a situation like this, let's watch and see again. Toccacello comes up, gets under the rear wing, pulls out, as we saw him try to do with Pakistan earlier in this race, doesn't quite get alongside, and then the Lebanon car just closes in, and then the inevitable front wheel rear wheel interlock, up it goes and over, and that's a big high-speed shunt. Khalil Bashir will be wondering, well, what have I done wrong to deserve that? That's a big shunt, and the car now rolls into the gravel trap and begins this process of barrel rolling to coming to a standstill.
Yes, really, I think whether he was totally aware that the Italian car was down the inside there or not, I'm not sure, but off they went now into the pits. The battle for second, Australia and Team GB.
And Brazil is also in, by the way. Brazil is also coming. They were virtually 10 seconds ahead as we now look at Team Australia, but expect Team Brazil, the second car in that line of cars, with the first three actually as they are on the road. So Team GB doing a strong job. But what's happened to Brazil? They've been in long enough to change those four wheels and tires. As Team GB gets the benefit, there's a problem with Brazil.
There is a big problem for Brazil, and this could be Robbie Kerr's chance to take the lead in this race. He comes out ahead of both Australia and Brazil, and finally Nelson Piquet gets out, but it's been a disastrous stop for Team Brazil.
Well, we suspect that the problem that one or two teams experienced in practice with having difficulty getting those wheels removed is the reason why the Team Brazil lost so much time. But Nelson Piquet Jr. has got to be careful coming through Paddock Hill Bend, trying to get back up to speed. Of course, what will probably happen is that under the safety car, he will be able to close back down to the race leader now, Robbie Kerr. Team GB will power Team Australia. So they're running at reduced pace. So Nelson Piquet Jr. will join a battle for the lead of this race behind the leader and second place man, having dominated the first race and having dominated the second race up until this safety car intrusion.
Well, what a turnaround. I did say that Brazil would have been dreading a problem in the pits, and I just didn't realise that they were going to have such a big problem as that. A real turnaround here. Now, the safety car has Timo Scheider behind it for Germany currently. There is the Lebanese driver, and that's a great sign there. He's okay. He's waving to the crowd, and it was a big, big accident, but he's perfectly all right.
And I think also very important, it just goes to show the integrity of the design and the strength of the A1GP car, that you can get airborne, and that was probably at about 100 miles an hour when that incident occurred. Let's look at it again, a different angle. Toccacello, he never gets quite far enough forward, and then of course Bashir he takes his line. There's nowhere for Toccacello to go, and up and over she goes, and well, looking at the tarmac from that angle, and then once it gets into that gravel, the car of course takes a bite, and there you see the beginnings of what was one complete roll, and we couldn't see if any more took place. This is on board. That's the view. His hands go up. Put your hands on your chest. You don't need to protect your head. You've got lots of safety. What? I've never seen. Those are absolutely unbelievable pictures, images.
Yeah, astonishing pictures on board as he went over and over again. And well, the great news is that he's okay, but this was a frightening looking accident. Here comes Italy down the inside.
Yes, really, once you get that far along, I mean, this is inexperience on the part of Khalil Bashir. Toccacello very much more experienced in single-seater racing in Europe, and in a corner like Padical Bend, you can't just shut the door on a driver when he's there. You can't just presume he's going to disappear.
So it happened at high speed, and those spectators certainly saw that. And there at full speed, that's how it was at full speed for Khalil Bashir.
Well, the good news is Khalil got out of the car completely unharmed, but those are images that are going to be beamed around the world. You can guarantee those will be on the news wires throughout the evening.
Well, he's out of the car, he's safe. This very, very strong car that has been built by Lola in the UK, and well, the guys at Lola will be very proud to have seen the way that it stood up to that accident. But look at this, Team GB leads this race. They are going to be the lead car behind the safety car once they get waved through. I think we'll see them being waved through in a little while. There is GB.
Well, I asked what would happen under the safety car. Would they wave through the cars until the safety car picked up the lead car, and that's what we're hoping to do. But of course, this car, the Team Lebanon car, will be, I believe, removed. They don't want to leave it there because it's vulnerable. If another car went off, you don't want to have another. And there we see now one of the wreckers that are going to be brought across, and that car will be lifted and taken to safety. So we're going to be under a safety car probably for another lap, probably more than two, while that car is finally removed to safety. And again, we've got the situation of the race leaders, first, second and third, are actually virtually at the end of this chain of cars.
Just looking down and wondering whether the fans will pick up as yet what has happened here. It's always difficult when you're at the side of the track to understand with the pit stops that are taking place, and particularly when the safety car, we've got oh no, that's Team GB, would you believe it? He has pulled off to the side of the road, and Team GB, who looks set to be leading once the safety car has come in, is now at the side of the track, and nobody can quite believe what's happening.
Well, it looks as if there's some mechanical fault, because at the pace that they run behind the safety car, the prospect of having an error or spinning is very unlike. John Bright just looks as he in the Team GB pits. They are absolutely gutted, as the only word I can use, that they're in such a wonderful. Let's have a look and see what it was there on the left.
Did you see a spark?
I didn't. Let's have a look again.
Something strange happened there.
I mean, it literally happened at 40 miles an hour.
Well, Robbie Kerr clambers out of the car, and can you believe it? He was in the lead position behind the safety car, and it all has gone wrong for him here. Unbelievable. It's just such a shame for Team GB after they put in a great fantastic job in the pit lane there. They managed to come out ahead of Australia, and Piquet had a problem at the same time. And what it means is that Australia now lead this race. Australia could be on for the second win of A1GP, but they have Nelson Piquet in the Brazilian car right behind them.
I mean, look into the pits, that's the Team USA car, Scott Speed and Dave Price Racing, who runs the car. As we go back to almost distraught Robbie Kerr, he just cannot believe that the position that he had dreamt about being in one of these two races has just been snatched away from him. But going back to Team USA, they're just deciding to use this feature race, I think, to find out the root of the problems that they've experienced through qualifying and probably through the sprint race as well, to get this car dialed in so that when they do go to the round of Germany, that the license ring, that they've got a car that they can go motor racing.
Still the American car being worked on. They really want to get things sorted out. They're using it as a test session, which is understandable when you consider the fact that there's no testing allowed in A1GP. So when you're at a circuit, you might as well make the most of it and use whatever laps you can to learn something before the next event. And I'm sure that's what the team is doing there. But there is a lapped car between the race leader, Team Australia, and the Brazilian car. I think it's the Russian car that's between the two. So of course Piquet will have the task of, when this race resumes, to get past that lapped car first of all.
I would like to think that the teams in these circumstances are in communication, and they will be saying to Alexei Vasiliev that you're in the middle of the battle for the race lead, and Nelson Piquet Jr. is the man behind you. When this race goes green again, be aware that a very quick car is going to be coming through, and just keep an eye on your mirrors. But of course, remember that you've got to look forward as much as keep an eye on what's going behind, and don't make a mistake as a consequence of maybe being too helpful.
Just to mention that a number of other teams have really moved up as a result of all this, John, because Mexico are now third, Malaysia are fourth, New Zealand, who had to start from the pit lane, remember, they are in fifth place, and that's a great effort because they took a tactical choice. The safety car lights are out. We are about to get the race underway again here at Brands Hatch, and look at Will Power in the Australian car. He's on it straight away because he knows the others can't overtake until they get to the line.
Yes, real frustration for Piquet, and Team Brazil can do nothing now. He goes down the inside, but Vasiliev gets the position, he just makes the pass, and he now has got his eyes zoned in. As we look at Team Pakistan also, who are running in fact down in 16th place. They were delayed by a pit stop trying to get past Vasiliev in the Team Russia entry, who is in fact on merit running on our computer in 11th place.
Yeah, that's a surprise, but behind him, as you say, the Pakistan car trying to get down the inside into Surtees. Don't think he was quite able to do it, but now he's got alongside. I bet that power boost button is being used now. Germany's in there as well. Timo Scheider trying to move up from 12th position. And look at the three cars all racing for position as we come into Hawthorns, and still Pakistan stays ahead.
Well, Timo Scheider had a big battle with Alex Schung before the safety car intervention. Now he's got a big battle going on with Adam Khan.
Well, with me now is Robbie Kerr. Robbie, what was the problem?
The engine just stopped. Simple as that.
How do you feel at this point?
Gutted. We're in the lead. At home, the crowd were excellent. I'm absolutely gutted for everybody here.
The team did a brilliant job of getting you out in front of the others.
The pit stop was absolutely awesome. They did a magical job. The car was good. We improved it loads over the weekend. It was there. It could do the job. Unfortunately, mechanical let us down.
Was there any indication at all of the problem before it happened?
No, nothing.
Ever so sorry, Robbie.
It's okay.
Back towards the hairpin. Remember, it's Australia that leads. Brazil in second, Mexico running in third place. Fourth place now is New Zealand. There are some lapped cars in amongst the mix here to confuse us, but South Africa as well are in sixth. They started pretty much at the back of the grid too, if you remember. They had problems in the sprint race, and the safety car's back out again.
I think that's probably for Vasiliev's car. We don't know whether he got started, but he is there. He is. In fact, Alexei Vasiliev takes off his helmet, his balaclava. His car stranded, and there's been contact to the left rear wheel, has been clobbered. Now, whether he hit the barrier and bounced back out, but certainly that car needs to be removed to safety. So once again we see another safety car intervention, and this race will go back under red flag, yellow.
And there's the battle for the lead as well.
Well, they're still racing because they've not yet been given that safety car flag, so it's a battle for the lead between Nelson Piquet Jr. right under the rear wing now of Team Australia, but they will now see safety car warnings from that pit lane, and they'll just have to back off. There's the yellow flag, and that's it. They have to wait until the safety car comes back in.
So now they can all calm down a bit, and there's Alan Docking on the right, team manager of the Australian outfit, as they see their man leading this race. Now, just to remind you that the Pakistan car, the green and silver car that's third on the road, is not third overall. They're actually down in 15th position. And so they're not a feature here, although they are, because they're holding up other cars and determined not to let them through.
The thing is, Adam Khan's got the speed, the pace to run with the front two cars, and he's out there racing for himself. He's racing for his nation. You've got Timo Scheider behind him, who's also well down. He's in 11th place doing the same thing. They're all pushing to the limit of the capacity of their own car and the condition of the tyre.
Team Netherlands in the back of that group as well. Jos Verstappen just behind South Africa, so 6th and 7th. South Africa and the Netherlands 6th and 7th. It's a real turnaround, this race, from what we saw in the sprint race, and people have come from nowhere. New Zealand from the pit lane are in 4th place. The Netherlands, who started at the back of this grid, are in 7th position. Canada in 9th position. The Czech Republic's running 10th currently. So they're having a pretty good performance as we wait for the Russian car to be moved out of the way and before racing can be resumed. 17 laps remain. Each lap is counted off behind the safety car, and it's a chance here for Will Power to gather his thoughts. But Nelson Piquet has been the fastest man in this race. Brazil has been fastest pretty much throughout the weekend so far, taking pole position and taking fastest lap so far as well. It could be tough. Down towards clearways they come. It's going to take another moment or two, so they're not going to be able to release them on this lap. There'll be at least one more lap before they restart.
Just keeping an eye on where Team New Zealand is in relation to Team Mexico, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on the shoulders of the young Mexican Salvador Duran, from probably certainly the more mature and maybe the more experienced Matt Halliday. And I mean, who would ever have said, as you mentioned, Ben, having to start from the pit lane, having stalled on the grid, to find yourself in 4th place with looking down the barrel of 3rd.
Yep, 3rd, which is where he finished in the first race when he started 2nd. It's been a bizarre race, but this is exactly what everyone sort of expected, because going into the first feature race of this new series, there were a lot of unknowns, and the pit stops have certainly mixed things up. Some people got them right, some people had problems. Most notably, of course, Brazil had a problem that dropped them behind both Australia and Great Britain. It's Great Britain that you have to feel for, though, in this situation. Robbie Kerr should have restarted the race in the lead, but it wasn't to be. Something's gone wrong, and well, he's going to have to sit back and watch the rest of this race now. And as you say, John, it's New Zealand versus Mexico that could be important for 3rd, and the battle for the lead between Australia and Brazil.
Well, I think that Will Power and Team Australia is very aware of the pace of Nelson Piquet and Team Brazil, and he's going to make it as hard as possible. He seems to have a good race sense, which is a very important thing for a racing driver to do, to put your car, not to block, but just to put your car in the right place, not necessarily to always brake as late as you could potentially do, but to slow the car behind you down, to make him lose his momentum. Now, with Salvador Duran in the Mexican entry and Matt Halliday's got a lot more experience. I would expect him to apply a lot of pressure to the Mexican entry as soon as possible and try and make him maybe make a little error to allow that pass to take place.
Now it's taking a little while to get the car out of the way, so there we are. They're doing a great job of lifting it up and moving it to a safe position so that we will be able to get racing underway, but I'm not sure that the safety car lights are out as yet. Let's just keep an eye as they come into, no, that's right, the safety car stays out there, and we're on board with Team Mexico. Now, Salvador Duran, driving for Team Mexico, is currently running in an excellent 3rd place. There have been some great Mexican drivers over the years, John, and this young man is, I think, following in that tradition, isn't he?
Well, he's one of a number of drivers who I think have been very impressive here the weekend. Salvador Duran being one. Adam Khan, we've talked a lot about. Matt Halliday also from New Zealand, been really, really impressive, and it's opened up a almost new vista on where has all this talent been. Why have we not seen it before, or why have we not seen it in a competitive situation such as this before?
Well, it's the opportunity that perhaps has been denied in other forms of racing. The financial side is always so difficult for young drivers trying to move up, but if there's an opportunity to drive in national colours and to get that opportunity and make the most of it. That's what they've got to do, and I think we'll see that throughout this series. Teams will perhaps experiment a bit more because they can. It doesn't matter if they change drivers 3 times over a race weekend. They can come to a race meeting with 3 drivers, and each of those 3 can do a free practice session each, and then the team can choose which driver is actually going to qualify, and maybe he won't even do the sprint race. Maybe he'll do the feature race. It's all to be decided.
It reminds me of the days back in the 50s when that great Italian team Ferrari did that very same thing. And literally, in those days, the Ferrari team drivers were rather like light bulbs. You plug one in, you take one out.
Well, we're just looking at the safety car. The lights are out on the safety car, so we are going to go racing as soon as the safety car comes back down towards clearways, and it'll be Will Power for Team Australia who will lead them at this restart. It's Australia versus Brazil for the top spot. There's a lapped car then. The green and silver Pakistan car has been lapped, and then you've got the 2 racing for third. That's Mexico, the red, white and green colours, and then it's New Zealand. Here we go then, the restart, and Will Power again gets on it straight away as they come through the last corner, and he's opened up just a little advantage over Brazil. Nelson Piquet Jr. we ride with here as they come through Paddock Hill Bend, and then it's that race that's hotting up for third. In fact, I think there's a gap between Mexico and New Zealand, is there? Just watch them as they come down down out of Druids and into Graham Hill Bend.
Well, the drop down and the braking is critical to get into the corner. Be neat and tidy, then get on the gas and power up all the way into Surtees Bend. Everybody appears at this restart to have done so cleanly. No contact so far as we just about come to halfway through the lap. And that pressure that I expected from Team New Zealand with Team Mexico doesn't yet appear to be materialising, but it's early. Taj will be down in temperature. The pressures will have marginally dropped as well. So Nelson Piquet, he doesn't seem to be worried about that. He's close right up to the back of Will Power. And once again, the pressure that we expect to see coming from Brazil on Australia is being exerted as early as possible.
Yes, and Piquet loves this track. Now, there's Pakistan. Germany's in there as a lapped car as well. And then it's Mexico and New Zealand. So that's something to be wary of. The actual battle for third is behind a couple of lapped cars. So they've got to try and pick their way through the traffic as well. Here's a little race going on. Austria on the inside, Japan on the outside again. It's not...
The Czech Republic, and that's a spin for Jan Charuz on the exit of Clearways corner. Now hopefully that will not mean another safety car. If the bit of luck, as we see, Fikuda gets past Matthias Lauda, who goes slow, and Sean McIntosh over the back of Team Austria as Austria recovers going up into Druids.
Yeah, but Austria are a lap down on these 2, so Canada wants to get past him as quickly as possible.
Don't know why Charuz did that, because didn't appear to be under any pressure. And just again, maybe that the tire temperature factor, the pressure, when he is out of the car now, so that car will be removed. But it's at an area, it's the entrance to the pit lane, so there shouldn't be any reason to once again put the safety car out on track. We're still seeing green flag on our monitors, and that's, I think, how it will remain.
Well, the 2 leaders are pulling away from everyone else. It's Australia and Brazil racing for victory in the feature race of the A1 GP series here at Brands Hatch. And Pakistan and Germany are confusing the issue a little bit because they're on the road there, but right there's Mexico, and behind him the black car of New Zealand. That is actually the race for third position in this race.
Wave yellow flags as that car has removed, the Czech Republic's car being removed from the entrance to the pit lane. Matt Halliday, who's chasing down Salvador Duran, of course, he's finding that because there are 2 cars which are behind on the road are actually affecting their momentum as we sit on board Mexico going through Paddock Hill Bend, Malaysia directly behind, and South Africa behind that.
Well, we've got 12 laps to go in this race, so Brazil have an opportunity, but they've got to work at it.
Little bit of blue smoke under braking from Piquet Jr. as he went into Graham Hill Bend. Maybe that's a slight sign of frustration that he wants to find a way as soon as possible. He doesn't want this situation to remain as it is. The longer it stays like this, the more the sway of favour would, in my view, go towards Will Power. But Power pulls over to the right. He makes the move now. Whether that's constituting a move back to block Piquet, he made his one move to the right. That'll be looked after by, and now that definitely was a move back. So Will Power needs to be careful. He may get an audio warning about blocking. You're allowed one move to block somebody. You're not allowed to move back again when the other driver cuts back.
Well, Piquet is attacking, isn't he, for Brazil? He is flying and he's putting all sorts of pressure on the Australian Will Power. Can Power hold on for a remaining, 11 laps when they cross the line this time? That's quite a distance still to go here. And as they come onto the Brabham Straight, PK is not quite close enough to mount a challenge into Paddock Hill Bend. He will follow him through the corner, but he can follow him closely. Notice that. It doesn't seem as though the...
Oh, and he's run wide. Will Power ran wide in the exit. And that was an opportunity that PK was looking for. Couldn't take advantage of it because he wasn't close enough. But it illustrates how much pressure Will Power now is feeling from having the mirrors filled with Team Brazil and Nelson Piquet.
Oh, it's getting tight for the feature race victory. It's Australia versus Brazil. And, it could have been Team GB in there as well, but there were problems with their car, which was so disappointing. And we can hear now from John Surtees and perhaps get an explanation of what went wrong.
John, unfortunately you're standing here watching the race. Tell us what happened to Robbie Kerr.
Well, he'd taken the lead because of a very quick pit stop by the team. And unfortunately, when he came up behind the pace car was just waiting for him, and he came up and had to slow, and then the engine just died. So I think it's an electric fault. It may be something like a battery, and soon as the engine revs came down to follow the pace car, the alternator didn't carry it anymore, but something like this. It's some electrical fault, I would imagine.
Bad luck.
It's very unfortunate because, Robbie was driving a good drive, and the team did a superb job on the pit stop.
Thanks, John.
Disappointment, but look at this battle for third. New Zealand trying to attack for third place from Mexico, and Mexico just maintaining the advantage. And look how many power boosts have been used.
I know, but look what's behind. You've got Malaysia, Alex Young now putting pressure on Matt Halliday, while Halliday's been focusing on Team Mexico and Salvador Duran. Alex Young has been rushing up to the back, and there we see a pass as PK. He's taken the lead.
Brazil take the lead from Australia, and Nelson Piquet Jr. has reclaimed the top spot here in the feature race. He's fought his way back in front after a disastrous pit stop.
Great overtaking manoeuvre on the entry into Surtees' corner. That's a place you don't see an awful lot of overtaking, but look, in position, coming out of Graham Hill Bend, goes one way, then he goes the long way. He actually goes all the way around. Will Power must wonder, well, I've blocked the corner off to prevent this happening, yet Nelson Piquet has got sufficient grip. He's got the confidence, really. Let's look again. This is into Graham Hill Bend. Lock up from Will Power. That gives him the momentum to get up alongside. Power goes to the left to make the block. Piquet decides, I've had enough of this. I'm going to go the long way around. And he does it. He takes the lead of the race.
That was a fantastic racer's move by Nelson Piquet around the outside at Surtees. The mistake made by Will Power on the previous corner. And just look at the way he is disappearing.
Well, I think it just indicates the pace that Piquet has got with his team right now. As we look back and see whether... Well, it's still the same for third and fourth place. It's still Mexico holding on, with New Zealand in fourth and Malaysia in fifth.
Yeah, Malaysia having a good run, aren't they? In fifth place. They're ahead of South Africa. There is South Africa. And Stephen Simpson's doing a very impressive job himself, because he's only stepped up to this big class for the first time. He's had no experience at this kind of level of machinery, and yet 550 horsepower under his right foot. He's coping with it brilliantly well. South Africa 6th, and the Netherlands still in 7th place, courtesy of Jos Verstappen.
This battle we're looking at isn't really a battle. You've got Pakistan, they're actually running down in 13th place, 3 laps down. Germany running in 10th place, 1 lap down. But in fact, third place is the third car on this chain. Salvador Duran for Mexico, Matt Halliday for New Zealand, and Carr in 4th place.
There is Salvador Duran. So far, so good. He's managing to fend off Matt Halliday from his point of view. But for New Zealand, Halliday had a good run here. And Salvador Duran's boxed in a little bit. He's just not quite sure where to go, is he?
Well, he's looking in his mirrors and he's not really looking ahead. Halliday's got the run. He's going to look down the inside. There's no room there. And again, that was marginal. Duran really used all the racetrack. But the trouble with the pit straight here at Brands Hatch, it isn't straight. It's one long extension of clearways up into paddock, and you can legitimately say, well, I was just really taking the racing line. But Halliday, for the first time we've seen, with 8 laps remaining in this 36-lap race, looked like putting a serious move on the Team Mexico entry.
He did. I wonder if he's got an idea of using that line. That now, so he goes down the inside, has a look at it. He's not quite close enough, gets into a bit of a slide, and he's still there, still hounding the back of the Team Mexico car.
Well, this is a battle for the final podium position. And on form, you'd have to say Halliday's the man, but Duran is doing a great job keeping Team New Zealand in 4th place.
Oh, he's a bit wide again, though. The little mistakes are creeping in here for Salvador Duran. This is a longer race than he's ever done before in a car that's heavier and more physical than anything he's driven before.
And when you get into these situations, you get a sort of oxygen debt. You start breathing through your mouth, your throat and mouth get dry. You go when Halliday runs wide also on the exit, so he's lost a couple of tenths. And when I look at Alex Young thinking, well, there's an opportunity for me to snatch that 4th place away that's being held for so long. Look at the gap. Look how much Halliday lost to Duran just because that one little error on the exit of Stirling's Bend.
Well, we were expecting the mistakes from Duran. It was Matt Halliday who made the mistake, and Alex Young for Malaysia is closing up on him. Tighter and tighter it gets. Malaysia in 5th place at the moment. South Africa is in 6th. The Netherlands in 7th. Japan in 8th. Canada are in 9th position. And it's Germany in 10th. Well, it's proving to be an up and down race for a number of teams here at Brands Hatch in this first ever A1GP meeting. This is the feature race. We've had all of the pit stops, all the normal pit stops. If they don't have any more problems, they're running to the flag now. And there is the Malaysian team entry running 5th, with South Africa in 6th place just behind, and the Netherlands immediately behind him in 7th.
And Jos Verstappen right out at the very edge on the exit of Hawthorne Bend. He obviously wants to find the way around South Africa. The much less experienced Stephen Simpson in that entry. And well, it's battle all the way down through the top 10 places.
Yeah, because these two, John, Japan and Canada, are also racing for position. They're catching that group ahead of them.
Yes, they are, and that's all fundamentally because of the pace of Adam Khan, who's 3 laps down. Timo Scheider, who's behind him, 1 lap down. But in fact, in a way, the 2 cars, Pakistan and Germany, are pulling away from the battling group for 4th and 5th place.
Mexico definitely that bit clearer in 3rd, away from New Zealand now. New Zealand was so close for a lap or 2, but they've dropped away. Canada, Sean McIntosh at the back of that group in 9th position. And after a difficult first race, he's kept his head and just concentrated on getting some good clean laps. Oh, that was Simpson getting a bit wide for South Africa.
It's this stage in the race where the cars are getting tired. The tires have been on for maybe more than half the race. In some cases, maybe 3/4 of the race for some of these competitors, because remember, many took the opportunity to go in very early to change those tires to give themselves some clear air and drive without having to race to the pace of a car ahead of you.
Wonderful overhead view as Nelson Piquet Jr. for Brazil is on his own. He is in total control now of this race, as he was in the early stages. He's built up a 6.5 second gap. Australia running in 2nd place, and Will Power has no answer to Nelson Piquet's pace here today.
No, he did everything he could. He held the lead, but basically it's just out and out speed of Brazil and Nelson Piquet. The 7 or 8 seconds gap between 1st and 2nd. All Will Power has to do is make sure he doesn't allow Duran, who's about 5 seconds behind him, to make that to close up. We're on 5 laps to go. It's probably unlikely. There we sit on board with Duran looking at the back of Team Germany, Timo Scheider, who's pushing Team Pakistan. Remember, those 2 cars, Germany 1 lap down, Pakistan 3 laps down. But of course Duran has to keep a wear behind, whereas Halliday, he dropped back for a lap or 2. There's the New Zealand car closing back. This is going to be maybe the last shot that New Zealand's got. They drop back, pick up the momentum, make the charge back up, try and catch Mexico unawares and take that final podium position.
Yes, Adam Khan certainly being very defensive in his keeping Germany behind here, even though he's way behind Germany because of losing the time in the pits earlier. But so now Timo Scheider of Germany is having a little, there's not really a space there. It's the next corner. Sometimes you can make a lunge, but in these kinds of cars it's difficult. Power boost button has been used by most drivers. I think Nelson Piquet might still have a few available to him, but he doesn't need it. He's got so much pace here today. He's hardly having to use the power boost.
Watch Halliday, he's in position. Whether he can make a move coming into paddock at the minute, too far behind. But this is the battle really. It's a battle not for position, it's just a battle between 2 nations. We've got Pakistan on the one hand runs wide. That's going to give Scheider a chance up into Paddock Bend. The block, then the cut back, but you know, it's great entertainment, but it's frustration for these 2 drivers, Duran and Halliday, who are battling for the final podium position. It's affecting this battle for 3rd place.
It is, but look how New Zealand has reclaimed that lost ground once again. They're on the back of Mexico. Is Halliday going to have a look? No, he did think about it. Now he goes to the outside. And for third place, this is not going to be resolved until the latter stages. We've only got 4 laps to go now. There's no doubt about Brazil. They're leading this race. Australia in a clear second. But who is going to finish third? Is it going to be Mexico or will it be New Zealand?
Now, Khan is going to get into trouble because that was aggressive blocking. And I mean, for somebody who's 3 laps down doing this, I think that you may see that young Adam Khan's enthusiasm and his great driving skill, he might just have to go and have a word with race director and be told to calm it down, particularly since there's a battle for the final podium taking place. Here we see it. Look at that, that's aggressive. And he's actually forcing Scheider all the way almost to the edge of the racetrack.
Yes, so it's getting a bit tricky in that battle there between Pakistan and Germany, even though it's not full position. But Adam Khan is not about to be passed. He doesn't care whether it's full position or not. And behind him it's still Mexico and New Zealand. You saw, by the way, on the graphic that Brazil have the fastest lap of the 2 races, and that will give them an extra point, which would mean, John, if it stays where they are, they'll have taken the absolute maximum number of points from this meeting that are possible.
Well, that's the best way to start, and I think the pace and the style that Nelson Piquet Jr. has shown here and over the weekend illustrates why he's such a highly rated young driver. And I mean, he's been in pressure situations. He had a bad pit stop. He didn't let it get on top of him. He remained calm. He took his opportunity when he got past a superb pass around the outside of Will Power going into Surtees Bend. Once that was done, it was over and dusted. He's got a 10-second advantage, and all he has to do now with 3 laps to go, in fact it'll be 2, and he comes across start-finish line, is just bring the car home, just do everything quiet, calmly, and 2 wins in one day, and a superb start to the A1 Grand Prix Series for Team Brazil and Nelson Piquet Jr.
Well, we know all about the motorsport heritage of Brazil, don't we? They have been fantastic. Now look at Austria versus China here. This is for 11th place, and it's Matthias Lauda versus Teng Yijiang, and I'm impressed that Teng Yijiang is doing the job here. He's not faltered too much despite the physical demands of this long race. Germany's got past Pakistan at last.
Yes, inevitably it was going to happen. Timo Scheider was hell-bent on getting past, and we now look at Duran tries to find a way and really trips over himself, and that puts Halliday in a very strong position. Can he dive down the inside? No, he can't this time. But look at Alex Young and Team Malaysia. These 3 cars, 3rd, 4th and 5th positions. And who's going to bet on which of these 3 cars? As once again Halliday looks into Surtees, but not quite close enough.
And as you say, Alex Young getting a great view of this and closing up to the 2 ahead. Behind Young for Malaysia is Simpson for South Africa, and then the Dutchman Jos Verstappen, who managed to use a lot of the dramas that happened in the early part of the race to move up, but he's now got a little bit stuck in there behind the South African car, and there bobbling through the corner at Westfield is the New Zealand entry. Still just dropped away a length or 2 on this last lap, and the leader has already gone onto his final lap. So we're running out of time here, bit of a puff of smoke, but it's only a gentle brake lock-up and no major problem.
So all Halliday can do is just try to get in position. He's got about 3 points in the circuit. There's a chance to pass, but we go back to race leaders. He comes out of Surtees, makes his way now down for the last time on a racing lap down. Pilgrim's drop into Hawthorne's corner. Oh, in fact, he's coming out of bottom end into Surtees, so we're looking at this onboard camera shot as he goes down now. Pilgrim's drop and into Hawthorne's Bend, and it's been a virtually copybook race from Nelson Piquet. Just that hesitation in the pits when they had a problem with that left rear wheel and tyre.
Yeah, but he's come through that. It does make you wonder what would have happened if Robbie Kerr had been in front. If that car hadn't broken down, what kind of a battle would we have seen between Robbie Kerr and Nelson Piquet? It would have been like the old days of Mansell versus his father, but we didn't get that treat, I'm afraid, and it looks as though it's going to be Junior to win.
And Ben, as you well know, motor races could be won in ifs and ands and buts. They're only won on the racetrack.
And winning on the racetrack for the 2nd time to take a dominant weekend here at Brands Hatch, it's Brazil. Brazil wins in the feature race. A1GP has begun, and it's been Brazil who has dominated both races. Australia will finish in 2nd place. Will Power drove very well, but he just couldn't withstand the pressure from a very fast Nelson Piquet. And is it going to be Mexico Will it be going to be Mexico? We'll wait and see. We're waiting for the other few cars to come through. It's Mexico. Mexico holds on to take third place from New Zealand, and that is one of the results of the weekend. Team Mexico getting a podium finish at the first A1 Grand Prix meeting ever held.
And what a thoroughly delighted Nelson Piquet Jr. 2 wins, 1 day maximum points. He gets the single point for that fastest lap. And look at the joy in the team. And well, that was a hard race. It was 55 minutes and 1 second. That was the duration of the race. Of course, that included some two safety car interventions. And there we see the Brazilians who've come down to Brands Hatch to support Team Brazil. It's not just a series about drivers and teams, it is a series about nations.
Well, you know, the Australians must be very, very happy. Alan Jones, former world champion, who heads up that campaign, John, and they've got a second place finish out of that race. So it's been a pretty good day, a second and a fourth for them.
They've done very well, but of course, remember New Zealand, who finished fourth in this race, had a third and a fourth. So that battle between those two Antipodean nations is very, very close, going to the Lausitz ring.
Yes, absolutely. They'll be tied on points, won't they? And that's going to be one that's going to run and run and run. Malaysia, 5th place for Alex Young. He's made a huge amount of impact in Malaysia with his exploits in Formula One. But here we are up against 24 other nations. Malaysia have come home in 5th, and that will be a big story. There is Nelson Piquet Sr. on the right, Emerson Fittipaldi on the left. Between them, they have 5 World Championship titles. But I think they're as happy as ever when they won their titles as they are today with their results.
And of course, Team Australia next door to them looking equally happy. They're not looking much happy having blokes kissing blokes, but that's how the Australians are.
A lot of Latin emotion to be released, I think, John, after that win. And when you think about the problem that they had in the pits, he was sitting there and sitting there. The second and third place cars came in. The third place car came out ahead, and eventually he got going.
But of course, this was all saved by the fact that we had that second intervention on the safety car, and that allowed Nelson Piquet to get up to the tail and then make that pass on willpower. All to the sadness of poor Robbie Kerr, who was doing everything right. A good pit stop, came out in the lead, and then had some kind of electrical problem.
What a result for Team Mexico, and I'm so pleased for Salvador Duran. He's a serious-minded youngster. He's really works at his racing, and he's very talented too. He's been impressive in racing in this country over the course of the season. There is the man who's punching the air. And he can be very calm and phlegmatic, can Nelson Piquet Jr., but this is true emotion now, and that's wonderful to see.
Yeah.
So A1 Grand Prix has its first feature race winner, Nelson Piquet Jr., a worthy winner, Andy.
Oh, fantastic. What a race. I mean, you know, a bad pit stop, and he's recovered from that, and he's gone and taken the lead to drive around the outside of Will Power into Surtees Bend was absolutely fantastic. He really deserved this win, and I mean, he should be very pleased with himself.
He obviously is, showing huge emotion there. Didn't show quite as much after the sprint race, but clearly this really does matter to him today.
I think he was looking at the sprint race as a qualifying session for the feature race, although there's still the same amount of points. You've got to finish both races, so yeah, I mean, to win a feature race with all that controversy was just really good.
Okay, well, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back shortly with the podium reaction and analysis.
Fantastic tally right there.
It was our cup final, the dream.
Wouldn't have been right for us to win. Not the first one.
You wanted to be footballers. You wanted this. Give of your best and seize that moment.
The match starts October 2nd with celebrity trials tonight, Sky One.
The world of electricals can be a confusing place. At Comet, we're training our staff so that they have the knowledge to guide you through it. Comet, we live electricals.
Svetlana sucks lemons across from
true story. Now, my mate has worked in New York for 10 years, walks the same streets every day, just puts his head down. But this day, the power cut day, everything was different. You know, it's true what my mate said. Sometimes things need to switch off for people to switch on. The future's bright.
Welcome back to Brands Hatch. Things a little calmer after the excitement of the feature race this afternoon, and this is how it all ended with Nelson Piquet Jr. winning once more. He won the sprint race and he's taken this, the feature race too. Will Power, though, a valiant battle from him in second, Andy.
Yeah, Will drove really well. I mean, Nelson really deserved the win. He has got the best car out there. That's because he's worked on his setup most positively. But Salvador Duran there in third place, he must be really pleased with his performance today.
This was the longest race that he has ever raced, isn't it?
Absolutely. He's been racing, 38 laps there. It's a very physical car to drive. Brands is very high-speed circuit, very physical indeed, and didn't lose his concentration, made no mistakes.
Well, these the shots of Nelson Piquet as he went through the finishing line there and took the second of the race wins this afternoon. Crew delighted with that performance as well. It has really been a team playing game this weekend, hasn't it?
It's been a team effort for sure, and let's not forget that Australia did a brilliant job in the pits to retake the lead after the safety car incident, and they should be pleased with their performance. But Mexico and New Zealand also up there today, really good.
Fans and the teams awaiting the podiums where we expect to see 1, 2 and 3 standing up there, applauded by the British public who have turned out in their numbers this afternoon. Tens of thousands of them here to see the events unfolding and the first ever A1 Grand Prix. We are moments away from the podium.
In third position, Salvador Duran, Team Mexico.
It is Nelson Piquet, and look at the reaction down there. Piquet has made it 2 out of 2, and the Brazilians are on top in the World Cup of motorsport.
It makes you wonder, will this be a turnaround for his career in GP2, because he's doing parallel programs with only one round of that to go.
Round of applause for all three drivers, particularly for Nelson Piquet Jr.
So the time to give the trophies out now. Brazil, Australia and Mexico on the podium for the second race. It was Brazil, France and New Zealand in the first race. So Brazil, the common factor, despite the problems, despite the pit stop troubles, they still emerged victorious. And now the presentations are being made. So it's the third place trophy that's being awarded first, of course, to Salvador Duran. And Tony Teixeira, A1 GP Chief Executive Officer, makes that award. And the money. Tell me about the money. Well, there it is. The prize money on offer this weekend is a serious amount of prize money. Remember, it's going to be £150,000, that cheque for third place.
It'd be nice if it was pounds.
Dollars, sorry, yeah. $150,000, and it's $200,000 to this man. Will Power, he takes his medal first of all, the salver, and a check for $200,000. And Australia are celebrating that. But the big check goes to the race winner, of course, to Nelson Piquet. The medal, the trophy, and a check for $300,000.
To Nelson Piquet Jr.
How much of that do you reckon he gets, John?
I think he's just delighted to have a car that he can go out and win a race in, and the team will use that money, and he may have a percentage of it, but it is money that goes to the team, and whatever his negotiations are. Well, his dad was a pretty good negotiator, so I'm sure that there's some reasonable amount going to him, but the principle is it's winning, the money is team money. But Nelson Piquet Jr. has done a stunning job for Team Brazil, and Emerson Fittipaldi, the team principal, delighted at his young protege, or you should say his Piquet's father's young protege as well as Fittipaldi.
All these Brazilian superstars, John, we can't keep track of them all, can we? They have had so much success in motorsport, and it's just continuing.
It is.
Wonderful to see. They have a great depth of talent in Brazil. It is a huge country, 181 million people, but it seems to me as though they're just as passionate about their motorsport as they are about their football, and they produce talents in both sports every year.
Football more accessible, motorsport not, but one of the beauties of this is it is a Nations Cup, as opposed to simply being motor racing where you do have to find the budgets individually, and then you've got to put it together with the team. And as Emerson expressed earlier in one of the interviews, that it is an opportunity that has never existed before.
Yes, the whole new format of motor racing, and we've enjoyed the day here at Brands Hatch. We will get to hear from these guys in just a little while. They're taking the publicity photographs on the podium there, and then we'll see them make their way down to the press conference, and we'll get to hear from a Nelson Piquet who's now liberally sprayed with champagne. Well done to Australia, and to another world champions team, Alan Jones's team. Mexico may not have a world champion looking after their team, but still a wonderful result with third place, beating the likes of New Zealand, Malaysia, South Africa, the Netherlands, Japan, Canada, and Germany. Let's just take another look at how they finished up then in that feature race. These are the results, and 10 points going the way of Team Brazil. Nelson Piquet Jr. That'll be added to the results from earlier on, of course. The race time, 55 minutes, 1.910 seconds. Australia finished in second place, couldn't quite keep the pace, but nonetheless a great result. Mexico in third. New Zealand from the back. They had to start from the pit lane. They finished in fourth place. They'll be very happy about that. Malaysia finished in an excellent fifth place. South Africa in sixth. After a difficult first race, they really recovered. They were 22nd in race one. Also at the back in race one, Jos Verstappen, after an accident, he gets 7th. Japan takes 8th. Canada in 9th place. Sean McIntosh, another runner in the UK regularly, getting in the points. And Germany also into the points. Timo Scheider picking up that final single point. He was 14th in the sprint and then came through. Now just outside the points we had Austria, China and Pakistan. And then that long list of retirements, most of them due to little incidents out on the track where things had gone wrong. And of course we did lose Robbie Kerr from the race when it looked as though he was in the ideal position.
So this then the calm after the storm, champagne being consumed in its bucket load, the moment being enjoyed and savoured by teams, drivers and the motorsport fans who have turned up in their droves to see this, the first ever A1 Grand Prix take place. Dominant from the start, Nelson Piquet Jr.
Dominant, but he had his fair share of bad luck as well. He turned it around. I'm still amazed with that move around the outside of Will Power at Surtees. You just don't go around the outside of people and normally come out in front. He did a great, really solid drive. There was no mistakes from him. Salvador Duran in third place. He was under a massive amount of pressure from New Zealand, Matt Halliday, and really didn't make a mistake and bagged that $150,000 prize money. So that team will be really grateful for that.
This is, though, isn't it, a great start for the A1 GP series to have someone of that calibre up there at the top of the grid?
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, it feels like a Grand Prix. The crowd are getting behind the teams and drivers, and it's got a massive atmosphere. The cars look great, they sound great. The racing's fast, but you've seen lots of overtaking as well.
Some early exits, some near misses, some not so near misses too. It was all in there in the feature race. It promised excitement, delivered, didn't it, right from the start, Andy?
Yeah, totally. The start threw a lot into the equation. PK made a lovely start. I'm surprised Robbie didn't benefit more from the start, and of course the French driver Alex Primat there is stalling on the line. And then you see a massive bottleneck of cars arriving at Druids, not knowing which way to turn. Generally all scraped through the corner, but the car ran wide there and ran off on the exit, which was lucky, but there was no serious damage from that particular manoeuvre. As you can see here, car stalled on the grid.
Graham Hill Bend causing all sorts of problems for drivers. Did you expect that it might?
Yeah, I mean, it's a corner that does tend to cause a concertina, and you tend to have a situation where you get backed up behind the car in front and get nudged from behind. We've got drivers getting very excited on the opening lap and spinning off all over the place. That's a little bit of inexperience and cold tyres there. You can see the Czech Republic spinning around there. That was just generally just cold tyres, but you know, it really was an exciting start to the race.
All cars did have an identical structure, but there was the slight difference, and teams could exploit that with the use of power boost. Did they wisely?
They did. I see that Nelson Piquet Jr. used most of his up before the end of the race, but we've got a great example here of power boost. The driver on the right hand side just slows the entry down, maximises the exit here, gets a good run up the inside, and now a little squirt of the boost, 80% throttle, hold down the boost. Timo Scheider there of Germany driving literally past Royal Fukuda and made the move stick. That was really, really impressive use of the turbo boost button there.
Australia in recent weeks having to play second fiddle to Great Britain, but there was a bit of a battle between the two teams today, wasn't there?
There was. Robbie Kerr and Will Power, two guys that have come from Formula 3. They're very, very quick. In fact, Robbie, you can see here, yeah, he's looking up the inside here. It's very, very, very close on to Will Power. Very interesting to see, in fact, that the cars are able to follow so closely and not lose grip. Robbie's car looked really, really fast in this race. I'm really upset for Robbie because I think he could have bagged a good result for this weekend. Maybe not a win, but for sure a second or a third place. It's great to see the cars being able to run so close. Robbie getting a little bit scruffy on the exit. I noticed actually during the race that his rear tyres started to lose grip. And here we go again, exiting Paddock Hill Bend, running very wide, running over the bumps on the exit, causing the car to be very nervous. You see a lot of sliding with these cars, with big rear tyres and less downforce. You can actually see the car sliding, which looks great from a spectator's point of view.
We did know that things were going to be dramatic this afternoon, perhaps not quite this dramatic, in what was a clash between Italy and Lebanon, having all sorts of problems here. The Italian driver causing the crash. Andy, just talk us through what happened.
Well, quite clearly, Toccocello's the faster driver. He gets up alongside Khalil Bashir, but he just didn't see him. I mean, that to me is a little bit of inexperience. Toccocello was faster. He was coming up behind. He was clearly faster, and the Lebanese driver didn't see him. But really, credit to the car. Look at this. I mean, it's a spectacular accident, and he walked away waving to the crowd.
What happened from that is that the safety car came out. It featured several times throughout the course of this feature race. Team GP did benefit from that, didn't they?
They did. They made a great pit stop at the right time. They got into the lead, and literally the safety car gave an opportunity for some teams to come in. Look at this car here, just barrel rolling through the gravel pit. You can see that they've moved the catch fencing back. Yeah,
and that's an onboard angle.
Looking at Calais here, the best thing you can do in this situation is hold on to your seat belts. And he was very lucky not to get his hands wiped off there, and the visor's come open. But to walk away from that accident is really impressive. You can see here he's going to wave to the crowd, and you know, well done to him for walking away.
Certainly will have rattled him up a bit though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, these things bite back. I mean, it all looks very safe until you see a car go off and you realise how fast they're going. It's not even a controlled explosion, it's a massive accident. These cars are fast, you know, they're approaching Grand Prix speed, so you must be very, very careful.
The sprint race didn't have them, the feature race did. Pit stops, how well did they work today?
Well, you saw a lot of teams here, some of them struggling. Brazil, for instance, Brazil coming in. Australia was very, very slick. They really had a great slick pit stop. Alan Docking did a good job. Robbie Kerr here also had a very good pit stop, but several teams, including Brazil, really got stuck in the pits. You can see this is the whole race forming out here. Robbie Kerr pulls away, gets out in front of Brazil, and then Will Power behind Robbie Kerr. Brazil still left in the pit lane.
So bearing in mind what happened there for Team Brazil with Nelson Piquet Jr. first in and last out, how well did he do to claw his way back into contention?
Well, he did really well. In fact, I thought that Will Power was going to hold him off. I mean, he's a good driver, Will, and he doesn't let people past easily. But, you know, to go around the outside of him there in Surtees Bend was a really good manoeuvre, and something I'm sure we'll see a lot of in the future in highlights. But, you know, Will Power didn't make any mistakes, but Nelson Piquet was just faster this weekend, was unstoppable.
That crash that you saw between Italy and Lebanon brought out the safety car. Robbie choosing to go into the pits at that stage did well after that, but then it all went a bit wrong for him. Just tell us what happened, Andy.
I think Robbie just must be devastated. The car's obviously got some sort of either electrical or mechanical failure of some sort. Devastated for him, but you know, he's a tough cookie. He'll bounce back. He was leading this Grand Prix in front of a home crowd, but you know, he can use that and take it on to the next race.
Nelson Piquet Jr. right at the end there, battle with Australia and Will Power. What did he do so right here?
Well, you know, he was putting Will under a lot of pressure. Will was defending heavily. You could see that obviously looking in his mirrors, and here he just jumps out, drives around the outside of him here at Surtees Bend. What happened is Will got a bad exit out of Graham Hill. Piquet maybe used his power boost button, went round the outside. You can see he made a mistake on the entry, a locked in inside wheel. Now Nelson's got the run. He's used that momentum, but I thought he'd just tuck in behind him again, but he used that momentum and carried himself around the outside. Very, very spectacular. This part of the track is very, very dirty. You can see the car moving around, but he just managed to make it stick, and I think Will Power is probably a little bit surprised to see a car there.
So driving like that takes guts.
It takes confidence. I think, you know, bravery comes with confidence in the car. He's been around a long time. He's only very young, but he's done a lot of races. You heard his father saying he's won 70 races now. So he knows what he wants. He wants to win, and he needs to win, and he's prepared to put it on the line.
Well, let's just show you the moment that he did win, and he did claim his second race title of the weekend. He is clearly delighted by what he has achieved today.
Well, I think you can't deny that this is a fantastic show. This feels like a Grand Prix. A massive crowd, the Brazilian team ecstatic. You know, he's come to realisation today. This is a very serious event, and A1 Grand Prix has got a big future.
Nelson Piquet Jr. has been speaking to the waiting and watching press. Here's what 1, 2 and 3 had to say.
Nelson Piquet, you had a very dominant win in the sprint race. It was pretty eventful out there in the feature race, and we saw some great racing and a great overtaking manoeuvre from yourself.
Yeah, first race was perfect. I was a bit worried about the second race because it was a normal start and we had a pit stop and nobody's used to the pit stop, so it was a new adventure for most of the mechanics, and the whole pit line was full. You know, there were 25 cars and everybody knew there was going to be a pace car and everybody was going to come in. So luckily I was in first when the pace car came in, but we had, of course, problems with our pit stop, and Australia came in, and then Power managed to leave in front of me, and then I started to get worried, and then I don't know what happened with Robbie. He had to stop for whatever reason, and my team told him to push very hard until the end, and I managed to overtake him, and it was something that I had never expected was going to happen. When I saw Will in front of me, I said, well, it's going to be a second place, but I managed to do it. I don't know how.
2 wins, fastest lap, a great weekend for Brazil.
Oh yeah, it's a dominant weekend, and I think the team has done a perfect job. The car was really, really good. From the first race to the second race, we worked hard on the car because we didn't have a very good setup for the first race, and the car was just excellent in the second race, and I could have pushed much more if I wanted.
Okay, Nelson, thanks for the moment. Will Power, plenty of leaders in that race. You were one of them. Yeah. Nelson got past you. Happy with second?
Yeah, I am. I mean, at the end of the day, we weren't quick enough to win it. It would have been hard to keep Nelson behind me for the whole race. We were struggling with understeer because in the first race we had a very loose back end, and we made too many adjustments, and yeah, it was just too much understeer. So at the end, I just try to do neat, consistent laps, and I mean, it's a really good result for Australia to be on the podium, and the team was great. It was a good weekend.
Looked pretty tough racing, very close wheel-to-wheel racing we saw out there today.
Yeah, when Nelson passed me, I'd have to say it was a very good manoeuvre. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I wasn't gonna. He was past, and it wasn't any use in banging wheels, and both of us not finishing. So I accepted it and just pushed on.
Thanks for the moment. Salvador Duran, we saw you getting into some great battles too, and right at the end, New Zealand were breathing right down your neck.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were very quick. The problem was the two cars in front of me that were lapped, which, I mean, the guy from Pakistan, I just tried to pass him and he just closed the door like if he was 2 laps behind, and he just closed the door like if it was for 3rd place. So I just give some space to him because he's crazy, and then managed to keep the guy from New Zealand in my back, which was very hard. He's a very good driver, but at the end of the day, it's an awesome result from Mexico. You know, the country is just coming from motor racing, and hopefully with this we can grow more.
That's the longest race you've ever done. How tough was it out there for you? How do you feel?
I feel very good. I mean, it's not like I used to race in Formula 3 to do 36 laps straight with one set of tires, because our pit stop was in lap 2. But I managed to keep it okay, and I feel very good. So I'm happy because I fit, and well, I will continue working on this, and hopefully we can keep the pace there and continue in the top 5 for the next future races.
Well done, Salvador. Just finally, Nelson, there's not long between these 2 races. How difficult was it to settle down after that first win of the A1 Grand Prix, or did it just make you hungry for more?
Well, to tell you the truth, I only realized how close the 2 races were when I was in the press conference of the first race, and Prema told me that we had 15 minutes for the next race for the pit lane to open, and I didn't believe it. So I ran to the pits and I started working in the computer with the engineers, and we set up the car, and I sat in the car and we went again.
It was a great day for Brazil. Thanks very much, guys.
Thank you.
Matt Halliday behind those 3. He finished in 4th for Team New Zealand. He's been speaking to Sophie Arle.
That's some fantastic drive there. You must be absolutely exhausted.
Yeah, I'm a little bit tired. I'm a little bit frustrated because, obviously I made a mistake on the line. I mean, I thought I'd given enough throttle on the warm-up lap and I stalled it. I mean, that's, like I said, I'm a little bit rusty. I haven't driven a single-seater in probably a year and a half, and that was a stupid mistake. But, hey, the charge back through the field was exciting. But, if without that mistake, we had a chance of challenging for the victory, I'm sure. And it's just a shame that that's the way it worked out. But, hey, we got good points, and, we'll go away and go to the next one.
And how confident are you feeling with the car itself?
Yeah, car's great. We stopped very early for tyres, so towards the end of the race, for sure, our tyres had gone away, and it was hard to challenge for 3rd place comfortable without risking an accident. So we tried, but in the end, we had to settle for 4th, even though I was much faster than the car in front. But that's just the way it is in this game. We made a mistake, and to get back up to 4th was probably the best result we could hope for.
Well, I'll let you get some rest now and something to eat. Thank you very much, Frank. Thanks.
Brazilian flags are flying today here at Brands Hatch after Nelson Piquet Jr. won both races this afternoon. Team principal Emerson Fittipaldi must be delighted. He's been speaking to Keith Ewan.
Emerson, in Great Britain, we call it the gentleman's set. Pole position and both race wins and the fastest lap as well. It doesn't get any better than that, does it?
Oh, it was a fantastic day for us. Nelson drove superb. I mean, we lost on the pit stop. And then he was attacking, he did beautifully, overtook on the outside, like we say in Italy, like you say in Brazil, a maestro.
The smell of champagne, I can smell it on your breath. I saw Nelson Piquet Sr. in there celebrating with you as well. Team Brazil goes to Lausitz Ring now. It's an important day for you in A1 GP when you arrive there. How do you think it's going to pan out?
Well, I think we have to be consistent for the whole championship. We are going to try to be very quick in Germany. But I mean, competition will be there very tough, and we have to keep up working hard.
Brands Hatch is a great place for you personally, for Nelson Sr. and now Nelson Jr. too. Brazilian eyes are going to be smiling for an hour or 2, I believe, here.
I think it's a very special place for me, very, very good memories for Nelson, father and now Junior. I think it has been a fantastic day for us, and cheers.
Cheers to you.
Thank you very much, cheers.
Mexico, a team delighted as well. They finished 3rd on the podium. Sophie caught up with their team manager.
Okay, so we're here with Eric Boulier, who's the team manager for Mexico. You must be absolutely ecstatic with the finish.
Yeah, we are. We couldn't expect better, because starting from where we're starting at the beginning of the weekend, we started this race 6. We had a different strategy. We pit very early, and we were expecting some safety car, and it happened.
Now, you had a lot of pressure from New Zealand behind you. They didn't really let up, but Salvador, he just kept going. You must be pretty proud.
Yeah, the last 12 laps, I have to say, have been very, very difficult for our horse.
And perfect. Now, how happy is Salvador with the car for the next round? Is there any particular changes you're going to make, or finishing as you did, you're pretty happy?
Yeah, we are happy with what we have. We have a very strong team, I think. Salvador did a very amazing job, so because he's very young, and so now we will see for the next race, but we will push again.
Well, congratulations. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Well, a good day at least for Team Mexico. Not so, though, for Team GB. It wasn't to be for them or their driver, Robbie Kerr.
Robbie, you've had a chance now to calm down, I think, after the disappointment. I'm sure it's not going to go away, and when you wake up in the morning, you're going to think it's a bad dream. Any news on the car and what the problem was?
I think the guys have just got the car back and they're just going to have a look now and investigate it. But we've got a suspicion it's electrical, but we're not quite sure.
So easy to happen, isn't it, on a full-blown racing machine? They've done a lot of work over the last couple of days.
They have done a lot of work, but it's one of those things. They changed all the parts last night to make sure nothing like this happened, and it happened when we were in the lead.
You must be very happy with your performance, though, in the end. I mean, through practice and qualifying, it just looked a little bit difficult. You had a dry session, then a full wet session, which you were very good in, and then qualifying didn't really quite go the way you would have liked it to have gone. But in the end, you're a proper racer, and the last hour would have been superb.
Well, we've been working on the car all week. I knew I was driving well. We just had to get a few problems sorted, and they were sorted for the second race. We were going forward. I could easily sit behind Australia. I was biding my time and just waiting for the right opportunity. Came to the pits. Unfortunately, we pitted exactly the same time, but the guys did an awesome job. I can't thank them any more than what they did. They just did it absolutely perfectly, and we went out straight into the lead. I didn't know I was in the lead. They hadn't told me I was in the lead, and just before we caught the safety car up, they told us, and then the engine decided to stop.
Got to say, that was a storming pit stop. I mean, a lot of teams didn't look like they practiced too well, but Team GB, to leapfrog two great teams like you did you drive out of pit lane with a big grin on your face?
Oh, I was happy to be past Australia and one up over on them again, but these things happen, don't they?
Best of luck in Germany.
Thanks so much, mate.
An emotional Robbie Kerr there with Team GB and speaking to Keith Hewan. Good to see him still smiling, though. We'll be back after the break with more reaction and analysis to this, the first ever Grand Prix day.
This October on Sky Sports, there's something for everyone. The WGC American Express Championship and the Volvo Masters. The Super League Grand Final and the Tri-Nations. The World Cup of Motor Racing. A1 Grand Prix live from Germany and Portugal. The Heineken Cup kicks off. World Grand Prix Darts. Live show jumping, the Horse of the Year show. ATP Masters Tennis. And joining the rest of the world, Flintoff faces the Aussies again. October on Sky Sports.
What do you get when a financial firm with 66,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, like it's just the two of you? Could it be the most powerful two-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
Don't you recognize me? I am you 50 years from now. You know, you'll see and do some amazing things in your life. You're going to travel far across time, space, and there are people who will help to organize your life. They'll play a big part in your future. Victor, you know you're gonna have a good life. I'm sorry, a big nose.
New Boss Skincare. You can feel it, others can see it. Boss Skin, the new skincare range. British Airways' biggest ever sale ends midnight Tuesday. For these and many more destinations, book now at ba.com.
Gordon's, the colourful gin.
Other people's smoke gets in your clothes and on your skin. But it can also restrict the oxygen around your heart, causing it to fail. It increases a non-smoker's chance of getting heart disease by 25%. Secondhand smoke is a killer. For information on secondhand smoke and advice on giving up, call 0800 169 0169.
I'm back. Come and see what I've got. Come on, I've got something for you. Ah, there you are.
At npower, as well as electricity, we do gas. And someone new chooses us for gas every single minute. Could be something to do with our price freeze. You, us, gas and electricity. Happy together.
This is the man who today made his mark on A1 Grand Prix, Nelson Piquet Jr. Brazilian fans loved it, the watching public loved it, he too loved it, enjoying every moment and celebrating every single moment of his triumph. 2 race wins for that Brazilian today. And the packed crowds are watching still, enjoying the action that continues here at Brands Hatch this afternoon. They're not going anywhere for the moment. They're enjoying and savouring a beautiful September day here at Brands Hatch. Andy, it has been a really good day for motor racing, hasn't it?
Well, what more can you ask for? Nations competing against each other on a level playing field, some amazing overtaking opportunities, young drivers against established Formula 1 drivers, young and hungry drivers winning the race. Drivers with a great future representing Brazil, Nelson Piquet Jr., a very big name, backing up his reputation with performance. Robbie Kern nearly winning the event for Great Britain. I mean, what more can you ask for? I haven't sat on the edge of my seat in a long time like this watching a motor race.
From moment one, A1 Grand Prix has been all about nations competing against nations on a level playing field, and Sheikh Maktoum hoping to get everybody involved, not just motorsports fans. This is exactly what he's achieved, isn't it, today?
He's put a show on for the public. Now we're just watching the start of a historic Grand Prix cars. What we've seen earlier on was an awesome race and demonstration display from young, fantastic drivers fighting for their country, racing for their country, and the crowd have loved it. There's been so much going on today. It's been a bumper crowd here. You can't ask for more, and a fantastic start for the A1 Grand Prix series.
Like you say, we go to Germany next. This has really set the stall out, hasn't it?
Yeah, they've set the level a very high level now. So going to Germany, I'm not sure if it's going to have the same impact, but I hope it's going to continue to grow. The publicity's been awesome. The drivers' performance have been great. You've seen some fantastic fighting at the front end of the grid, and the top 6 drivers looking really determined and hungry for success. Lots of overtaking. You really can't ask for more.
One of those top 6 drivers from Australia, Alan Jones, the team principal, has been speaking to Keith Ewan.
Well, now I'm joined by Alan Jones, another famous name here at Brands Hatch. Alan, you must be pretty happy with the way Will performed today.
Oh, I'm delighted. I mean, if you would have said to me last week, the top 3, I would have said yes, please. Podium finish, fantastic. Really good start to the season for us.
Team Australia, I mean, anything to do with Australia is always competitive. It's even more competitive when you've got Team Great Britain breathing down your neck as well. But I have to say, the pit stop was not the slickest thing we've ever seen.
No, it was a bit disappointing actually, because we've been doing really good pit stops in practice, but of course practice doesn't count. It's when it really counts, it counts. And we got hosed off a bit by the Poms in the old pit stop, I'm afraid.
Well, I can't say I'm disappointed at that, but you know how we are slightly biased, aren't we? When's Christian going to join in?
The cricket. Well, Christian will have a go in Germany 2 weeks from now. and he'll do a practice and Will'll do a practice, and we'll make a decision much the same as what we did this weekend.
Did you personally have a good weekend at the inaugural race?
Absolutely. I mean, I've had an absolute ball, and this is just going to get bigger and bigger. I mean, this is going to be a fabulous series, there's no doubt about it.
And we didn't have to drag all these famous names from the past to Brands Hatch this weekend. Everybody came here voluntarily, it would appear.
2 ex-Brazilian world champions in Brands Hatch while the Brazilian Grand Prix is going on. So, I don't know.
Says it all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Everyone's savouring and loving every bit of this day here today. When we come back, highlights of the feature race. That's next.
You can now get a free Sky Plus box. Here's how. Introduce a friend to Sky. Ask them to ring this number and join Sky TV. 08702 404 004. They'll get free equipment and free installation. And here's the big plus. We'll thank you with a free Sky Plus box when you introduce a friend.
No one really knows what's going to happen in the future, and I don't like surprises. That's why I do like inflation-beating savings. They're guaranteed to grow ahead of inflation whatever happens. They're tax-free, no risk, and I believe in them. That's why my fee for this ad is going to Great Ormond Street.
To invest in inflation-beating savings, call free on 0500 500 000.
As the wise man said, it is a wise man who chooses to wash at 40 degrees instead of 60. He saves both energy and embarrassing unwanted shrinkage. Positive energy from Power Gym.
All-new Saab 9.3 V6 Turbo Sport Wagon.
The weekly shop. Imagine how much nicer it would be if, instead of pots of yoghurt...
Prune? Yuck.
You were taking home pots of money every week. One quick scratch.
And you could be collecting £1,000 every week for a whole year.
If you don't scratch, you can't win.
The weekly payout scratch card. Win £1,000 a week for a year. The National Lottery.
Think lucky. Feel the burn, Barry.
New Boss Skincare. You can feel it. Others can see it. Boss Skin. The new skincare range.
Experience a softer world. Club World's softest ever bed.
I got a really good deal on these today, actually. 2 pairs of varifocals for the price of 1.
You must have gone to Specsavers.
The last will and testament of Mr. Moore. I, Frank Moore, being of sound mind and body, do hereby leave all my worldly wealth to Miss Sophie Ann Fox.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Brands Hatch. The sprint race this afternoon promised much and it delivered. If you like that, you'll love the feature race. Here are the highlights.
Gentlemen, for the pride of your nations, start your engines.
Set to go racing in the feature race, the second race of A1GP, and it's a terrible start for France. France stalls on the grid, and it's Piquet from Brazil who gets away. Australia making a brilliant start. Will Power up into second place. Robbie Kerr of Team GB trying to reclaim third as they head up towards the hairpin, but he lost out and he has been squeezed out. And and we've got a car off. I think we've got a car off into the gravel. Yes,
yes, there
is. The Indonesian car, I think.
Yes, a bit of collision going into Druids, and now disappointment again. We don't know why. We've had two cars. I've sold three cars now. It's done troubles. Pakistan was one of the cars there. So collision in Graham Hill Bend. So all the calm and collected sort of common sense that we saw in the sprint race at the standing start race, it's all gone pear-shaped.
Yes, I think it may well have been the Ireland entry actually that was in trouble there. There was obviously a contact. That was the corner that Verstappen had trouble at as well. And it's all, look at them all trying to jostle for position in the middle of that as well. You could see bits of cover on the other corner. Look at it. Portugal at the front of this queue.
Jos Verstappen and Team Netherlands directly behind the Czech Republic. Now these drivers have been warned by race director not under any circumstances if they make a blocking move to go back out. A car has gone off in Sheen Corner. There's blue smoke, and there, and it is the Lebanese. Massive, that's Jos Verstappen.
We've got a big
and Team Italy, a big shot at Paddock Hill Bend as we see a car, and I think that was the Team Holland car along with the Team Italy car. Must have been a collision.
I think
no, it's not. It's not. It's Team Italy
car.
It may be the Lebanon car
with
Khalil Bashir. Yep.
Khalil Bashir and Enrico Toccocello have made contact there at Paddock Hill Bend,
and this will see that I think the safety car being put out onto the racetrack. Toccocello completely unhurt. The car of Bashir, we saw a barrel rolling and coming to a standstill, we believe.
Now this could give a great chance to Brazil, Australia and Great Britain to make their pit stops behind the safety car. If the safety car comes out, which it does, the safety car is on circuit, and this will give an opportunity to teams who have not stopped.
I think you've got no choice. You've got to make the pit stop now. You cannot sit up behind the safety car while your competitors, and now the cars in the background not paying the yellow flag. This car is a Team China, I'm not quite sure, I think it might have been. He came around Paddock too quickly when the safety car was going across the track, and with waved yellow flags in a situation like this. Let's watch and see again. Toccocello comes up, gets under the rear wing, pulls out, as we saw him try to do with Pakistan earlier in this race. Doesn't quite get alongside, and then the Lebanon car just closes in, and then the inevitable front wheel, rear wheel interlock, up it goes and over, and that's a big high-speed shunt. Khalil Bashir will be wondering, well, what have I done wrong to deserve that? That's a big shunt, and the car now rolls into the gravel trap and begins this process of barrel rolling to coming to a standstill.
Yes, really, I think whether he was totally aware that the Italian car was down the inside there or not, I'm not sure, but off they went now into the pits. The battle for second, Australia and Team GB.
And Brazil is also in, by the way. Brazil is also coming. They were virtually 10 seconds ahead as we now look at Team Australia, but expect Team Brazil, the second car in that line of cars, with the first three actually as they are on the road. So Team GB doing a strong job. But what's happened to Brazil? They've been in long enough to change those four wheels and tires. As Team GB gets the benefit, there's a problem with Brazil.
There is a big problem for Brazil, and this could be Robbie Kerr's chance to take the lead in this race. He comes out ahead of both Australia and Brazil, and finally Nelson Piquet gets out, but it's been a disastrous stop for Team Brazil. Oh no! Oh no! That's Team GB, would you believe it? He has pulled off to the side of the road, and Team GB, who looks set to be leading once the safety car had come in, is now at the side of the track, and nobody can quite believe what's happening.
Well, it looks as if there's some mechanical fault, because at the pace that they run behind the safety car, the prospect of having an error or spinning is very unlike. John Bright just looks, as he in the Team GB pits, they are absolutely gutted, as the only word I can use, that they're in such a wonderful. Let's have a look and see what it was there on the left.
Did you see a spark?
I didn't. Let's have a look again.
Something strange happened there.
I mean, it literally happened at at 40 miles an hour.
Well, Robbie Kerr clambers out of the car, and can you believe it? He was in the lead position behind the safety car, and it all has gone wrong for him here.
The engine just stopped, simple as that.
How do you feel at this point?
Gutted. We're in the lead. At home, the crowd were excellent. I'm absolutely gutted for everybody here.
The team did a brilliant job of getting you out in front of the others.
The pit stop was absolutely awesome. They did a magical job. The car was good. We improved it loads over the weekend. It was there. It could do the job. Unfortunately, mechanical let us down.
Was there any indication at all of the problem before it happened?
No, nothing.
And then we see a pass as Piquet. He's taking the lead.
Brazil take the lead from Australia, and Nelson Piquet Jr. has reclaimed the top spot here in the feature race. He's fought his way back in front after a disastrous pit stop. And winning on the racetrack for the second time to take a dominant weekend here at Brands Hatch, it's Brazil. Brazil win in the feature race. A1GP has begun, and it's been Brazil who has dominated both races. Australia will finish in second place. Will Power drove very well, but he just couldn't withstand the pressure from a very fast Nelson Piquet.
Father and son united in motor racing success today. Join me live here in the studio. Two spectacular races from you, Nelson Piquet Jr. You must be delighted.
I am very happy. First race of A1GP, and starting with 2 victories, a pole and 2 victories, quickest, fastest lap. I think nothing better could have happened.
What were you feeling like when you went through that finishing line? Not only once, but twice.
Well, the biggest moment I felt something was when I overtook Australia by the outside in the second race. It was something that I never expected was going to happen in the race, and I managed to do it because he did a little mistake. And it was great. I mean, it was such a good feeling, and after crossing the chicken flag and first for the second time, I think everybody did a good job, the team and everything.
It was, wasn't it, a battle right until the end with Australia and with Will Power in the Australian driving team. Let's just take a look at that overtaking manoeuvre right now, because this took guts. Just talk us through it.
Well, I mean, Australia was, I knew he was a bit slower, and the team was really telling me to push hard on him because he's gonna make a mistake. And I was quite frustrated, and they said, no, push hard, Australia's gonna make a mistake. And in the end, he did a little tiny mistake, and I got the chance, and he went to the inside. I tried by the outside, and I just braked a bit later, and I managed to cross in the middle of the corner in front of him, and it was by centimeters I managed to do it.
It all turned out beautifully well in the end. Bit of a problem though in the pits. You were first in and last out. What happened there?
Oh, that was very complicated as well. I don't know, it's first pit stop for everybody, and it's new regulations. It's not like GP2 or any other categories here in Europe. It's like America, it's a bit different. So my boys, they had no experience. So for them, they had to get used to it, and for sure the first time they did it, they got a bit nervous, and something happened. And that's when I left in third behind England and Australia. England, they had a problem, and then I had Australia in front of me, and I managed to do the move and won the race.
So over to Dad. Son's won both races today. You must be proud of him, aren't you?
Yeah, I am very much. You know, it's very exciting. I think the pits did a very good job because they make a mistake, and was an opportunity for Nelson to get behind and do a very nice overtaking.
Earlier on this morning in the early hours, when you're thinking about the both races that you've got to contemplate later on this afternoon, what were you saying? What advice were you offering?
No, I don't give any advice. I think every race, what I say is the second place and the first loser should win.
Fitting, isn't it, though? Nelson Piquet Jr. should decide to win here at Brands, which has so many memories for you.
Yeah, I think even for me and for him, Brands Hatch is a very good circuit, and also race here 4 times, win 3 times. And my last Grand Prix I won here. I did a pole position, quick lap, and it was 19 years ago, a long time.
6 out of 5 here.
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to stop you there. Thank you so much for joining me in the studio this afternoon. Formula One taking place in Brazil later on, but it's all about these two men, and in particular Nelson Piquet Jr. tonight. Now, the second race in the A1 Grand Prix calendar comes from Germany, qualifying from 1 on Sky Sports 2, Saturday, October the 8th, on Sunday the 9th from noon race action, Sky Sports 1. More motorsport tonight, round 12 from the British Superbikes, next on Sky Sports 1, action from the IndyCar Series, tonight at 8:30, also on Sky Sports 1. Golf next on Sky Sports 2 with the final day's play of the President's Cup, and right now on 3, it's Premiership football as Middlesbrough take on Sunderland. Plus on Sky Sports Extra, it's Toaspeed League Cricket with Hampshire against Nottinghamshire. My thanks also to Andy Brewer, who's joined me for the series today, all about the past meeting the future as A1 Grand Prix made its global debut here at Brands Hatch. And for a father and son, another opportunity to celebrate the name Nelson Piquet.
Fantastic tally right there.
It was our cup final, the dream.
Wouldn't have been right close to him. Not the first one.
You wanted to be footballers. You wanted this. Give of your best and seize that moment.
The match starts October 2nd with celebrity trials tonight, Sky One.
Call and text your T-Mobile mates more, so you won't miss a thing. One great rate on pay-as-you-go. Mates rates from T-Mobile.
Hugo Energize, the new fragrance. Hugo, your fragrance, your rules.
Other people's smoke gets in your clothes and on your skin. But it can also restrict the oxygen around your heart, causing it to fail. It increases a non-smoker's chance of getting heart disease by 25%. Secondhand smoke is a killer. For information on secondhand smoke and advice on giving up, call 0800 169 0169.
M&M's. Sweet.
Will your endowment policy repay the mortgage on your home when it's due? Probably not. The fact is there are millions of homeowners just like you whose mortgage will not be paid off in full. You may be entitled to compensation, but your window of opportunity is closing as every week thousands of people lose their right to compensation. Make sure you're not one of them. Call Endowment Compensation Assistance on 08000 11 20 20 and speak to our dedicated team of specialists. That's 08000 11 20 20.
Nice new drill, Steve. Quality is that?
Yeah. You won't believe the price I got it for either. Yeah, I didn't notice you popping out for all that kit, John.
That's because I had it delivered. Only ordered it last night at 5 to 6.
What are you reading, Nick?
The new Screwfix Direct catalogue is the tradesman's secret that's too good to share. Call 0800 68 78 88 now for your free copy.
Now there's a new uplifting way to wash out your dandruff. New Head & Shoulders Ocean Spa. With a splash of sea minerals and botanical extracts, it leaves your hair 100% dandruff-free and full of life. Our most uplifting way to wash out your dandruff. New Ocean Spa from Head & Shoulders. Don't let dandruff get in the way of something beautiful.
Roll out the red carpet. As some of the world's greatest golfers team up with stars from the world of sport and entertainment. The Dunhill Links Championship in association with the Royal Bank of Scotland starts Thursday at 1:30 Sky Sports 1.
Tomorrow, live football, Tottenham Fulham at 7:30 on Sky Sports 1. And live speedway, Bellevue Coventry also at 7:30 on Sky Sports 2.
This is Sky Sports.
There are just 2 rounds to go in the Bennett's British Superbike Championship, and 2 men are desperate to turn their finest season into a British title here at Donington Park. Hello and a warm welcome to you. That's right, 3 men realistically can win the title, but it has to be said that only 2 men really are going for it, and that of course is Rionici Chianari and Gregorio Lavia of Spain. It's been an amazing season. They are without doubt the duel for the crown, but there's plenty more great racing coming from Donington Park today. We start off with race 1 of the British Superbikes, then it's the Virgin Mobile Cup, and there's a championship to be won then the Metabo British Supersport Championship. Can Camia wrap it up? And then finally it's the British Superbike Race 2, and we may well see the British champion crowned there. Well, if you've got any wonder just how close it is, there's just 1 point between the 2 top men in the championship, and last time out at Alton Park there was just 4 thousandths of a second between the 2 of them.
1, 2, 3, drop it.
This is a real battle, and through goes Lavia.
Bit of a borderline move there on Glenn Richards.
Up the inside then. Up the inside, he looked good here last time round, and this time he's bounced it up the inside of Lavia. It's going to be Rionici Chianari. Just gets quicker and quicker and quicker in British Superbikes, it really does. Oh, Rutter down again, Rutter down. Michael Rutter is out. Oh, here goes Lavia. Lavia up the inside. Keogh goes by.
Lavia down the inside.
What's going on here? And look at this. That is confidence. On the line. Chianari. They've given it to Chianari. Chianari, by 4 thousandths of a second, has tripped the monitor, and Lavia has gone second.
so we have another leader of the Bennett's British Superbike Championship.
Yeah, it really couldn't be much closer. And if you want close, two men who know all about that in the British Championship are three-time British Superbike champion Neil Mackenzie and five-time British champion James Whitham. But, well, gentlemen, let's talk about it, because it is quite incredible at the moment between these two. James Whitham, first of all, going back to '96, you've been here against this man.
Yeah, it was the last race of the championship, not the penultimate round when we were going for the championship in '96, but we were teammates, and also we were best mates, which didn't make it any easier. I wanted to go home every night and stick pins in a Neil Mackenzie doll, but we were best mates, and to be honest, I came here, I obviously thought I was going to win it, he thought he was going to win it, and he beat me, and if I couldn't win it, there was nobody better that I wanted to win.
Chianari then therefore is in the same position. He had the most wins, or he has got the most wins, so you're in the same position, or he's in the same position as you were in.
Yeah, and also what he's got going from his last time here, it was fantastic and unbeatable. But this is second time back for Lavia, and although he's probably raced here before as well, and he's absolutely on fire yesterday. We was around the circuit watching, and something special, and I don't think he's going to give up so easy.
All right, great to hear. Well, listen, we're going to let you go onto the grid and talk to the boys up close and personal. Thanks for coming in. Neil, of course, you remember that wonderful victory in '96, but it's the same situation for these boys. Tell me about the nerves and how you see it today.
Well, for me, going into that championship, I just focused, I trained, I just tried to keep focused, tried not to think about James, because as he said, we were best mates. And it's got to be the same for these guys. They've just got to keep focused. There are 4 races in total left, 2 rounds, so they really just have to dig in and make it all work.
In qualifying, it's been just as close as we want. Both the factory boys are up front, and so too, of course, the factory airwave teams effectively of Ducati.
Well, the smart money would have been on Chianari qualifying on pole here, but that didn't happen. He's 4th on the grid. He even went down in practice with Glenn Richards, and I know the Honda guys held their breath for a moment, but he jumped up, got back out there, and he's still qualified in the front row of the grid, so he's looking okay.
Rutter's alongside him, but he's not there to help him, is he?
No, at one point during this season, Michael Rutter was running away with the championship. That's all turned around. He's back in 3rd in the championship now. He's digging in. He's fighting for race results. He's also fighting for his job for next year, so he wants to put on a good performance here.
Leon Haslam was also on the front row, and surely he's the man everybody should be looking at, in my mind anyway, because he teaches people to ride around this circuit. It's his home circuit.
Leon Haslam spent his youth riding around here in the summer holidays. He knows Donington Park well. His dad, Ron Haslam, won a lot of races here. No one knows the circuit better, but all these guys are on their game here. But Leon, he was looking fantastic in practice yesterday.
Man of the moment, though, 1 point between them, Lavia. What can you say? Gregorio Lavia, he's so on it at the moment.
He's incredible. He's qualified on the 3rd row of the grid this year in some races and won. Now he's qualifying in the front row. The last 2 he's been on pole position. He's been getting stronger and stronger. He wants that championship. He's got a good chance of taking it.
Well, it really is pretty tight at the moment. Can you say who's going to win it? I mean, there's 4 races to go. Really, at this point, you can say 1 point. Nobody. It doesn't matter what's happened before. It's now a case of a 4-race sprint.
I'll tell you what, it's almost impossible. I would have said Chianari would have been in pole positions here. The HM plant on the Michelins, they were really strong here in the past, but Dunlop have dug in the summer holidays. They've certainly got good qualifying rubber. We saw that with Lavia and Haslam being 1st and 2nd on the grid. The question is, do they have the race rubber to back it up? That's what we have to wait and see.
Well, how important is it to the 2 teams involved? Honda, well, they won it. They haven't won much this season. How important is it to Ducati? Very. The top brass, the managing director, the race director, and even David Tardozzi. Neil, we'll let you go, and we'll bring in David Tardozzi, who